الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How is everybody? How are you doing, Jake? You're on mute.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
How you doing,
I'm
bro?
good, bro. How are you? Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, alhamdulillah, not bad. Just doing bits, and inshallah, hopefully, we'll be able to get through a lot of this. I've got a feeling that we may need to do a part 3. But we'll see.
Yeah, how long is the video actually? I didn't even look at it.
The video, I think, is 38 minutes, and we're about 14 minutes through.
Okay.
So I don't know.
See what we can do here.
Third, but we'll see how we get on.
Yeah.
Inshallah, we'll power through it. But yeah, so for those of you who haven't seen, there is a part 1, and we did go through this. I think it was last week or the week before. So do check that out. You obviously just pop to my channel and you can see it there. And we're now going to go through a bit more of it, which is part 2. And basically, this is just feeding someone their own medicine. So he does this on his own channel, where he does this deconstruction and the whole psychoanalyzing thing. And I'm not a fan of it generally, but I'm willing to make an exception here because it gets a bit annoying. So alhamdulillah, we're gonna.
And by the way, because he specifically did the same with the two of us, so yeah,
and friends as well. So like Jordan M, and he's done the same with him, and I think he did the same to, was it Sajid? Can't remember. He's done a couple anyway. Oh, and the brother from the Three Muslims podcast as well, Angel. So he's like he's making a habit out of this little thing here. So we're gonna do it ourselves, inshallah. Free messaging. I don't know what's going on here, but yeah. So we're gonna go. One second, I'm just telling him live. So we're gonna continue, inshallah, and we'll see how we get on.
He should be watching, bro. He's gonna enjoy this. Get his popcorn.
I know. He's messaging me about.
He loved the last one.
He's sending me voice notes like I can listen to them. But anyway, let's jump on the stream and let's continue. So, assalamu alaikum, wa alaikum salam to everyone who's giving salams in the chat. Sorry for ignoring it, but we're just going to jump straight into the stream, inshallah. Bish bash bash. Let us continue. Let me know if you can hear it. All right.
Was killed in Germany by her own husband. Honor killing, a Muslim thing. But she told me before that she threatened her and she brought the police on him and they gave him a restraining order and he had to stay 100 meters, that's like around 300 feet, away from her. But he didn't abide by the rules. He found a gun that he got from an already Turkish gang that was present in the city and shot her in the middle of the street during the day to death with 3 bullets.
Right, so this sounds to me like a disgruntled ex-husband. These kind of things happen in America. Like this doesn't how has this got anything to do with Islam? Because it just basically this is from carrying on from the end of the last week's, which is where he sort of talks about how unfortunately his auntie is murdered by her what seems to be ex-husband. And then he's like, oh yeah, honor killing Muslim thing, but he's mentioning now that she took a restraining order against him and that he was supposed to stay away from her. Breakups generally tend to be quite nasty things. They're not nice, and it's many times the case. There's plenty of examples of this all over the news, where disgruntled ex-husbands and ex-wives go too far and do terrible things. Generally, because the breakup has a huge impact on them or a huge effect on them, and obviously, depending on the kind of person, this can manifest in multiple ways. But I don't see how this has got anything to do with Islam, or why it would be considered an honor killing. Like, if someone's like, for example, if he was a violent person, which it sounds like he was, and he's being overly abusive and you know, he's not acting according to Quran and Sunnah. Like, for example, he's hitting her in the face and things like that, which is totally impermissible. If he's doing things like that, she's within her right to seek divorce. If he's abusive, she can go to a qadi and she can seek, because he's causing harm to her, which is one of the Quranic principles. You can't cause harm, and you especially can't hit them in the face. Like, that's not something you can do at all. So the question is like, why is this the murdering of an ex-wife, according to him, a Muslim thing? Is what I would ask. How about you, bro? What would you say?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as we start playing the video, he says, "I didn't honor it killing." Oh, Muslim thing. Like, it's just like, you know, all nonchalant. Like, it's obvious. You know, it's just a Muslim thing. And yeah, it's interesting because we actually know a brother that is going through some difficulties right now. You know, due to a breakup in a relationship. And, you know, I'm not going to go into detail, but let's just say that it's not just Muslims. Okay. So, yeah, I think he has a misconception about these things.
Bullets in her face. That was the biggest shock in my life that far. And for all the conversations that I had with her, everything went through my head. Instead of pushing me further away from culture and from faith, it drew me closer. I thought more and more about communism and about the whole system. In the end, it's a very long thing, but I'll just make it short. In the end, I thought that communism is nonsense. I thought more and more about religion, about Islam, about the sense in life, the reason why we are alive, and the perfect system for humanity. At that time, I also read a book in German. It is called The Alchemy of Happiness by Ghazali, an Islamic scholar from centuries ago. It influenced me so much that I thought more and more about religion. Until that time, I was just a guy who was upset with his best friend in Germany because he made a joke about, including Muhammad. But after that, I suddenly became more religious and I joined the sect.
What's that?
So I joined the sect.
Right, so wait. So basically he discovers that communism is silly and then he joins a Muslim sect. Was that a good summary of what just happened?
Yeah, and it drove him closer to Islam, which I don't really get, but whatever. I mean,
yeah,
he's got the weird intermission thing.
Yeah, I don't get what that was. But it seems a bit of a strange contrast considering he's sort of blaming this on Islam, saying it was an honor killing. And then with that, somehow it draws him closer to the religion.
Yeah, how does that draw you closer to a religion? I mean,
the only explanation I could think of would be that he didn't see it as the cause at the time, and now he's just imposing what he thinks now on top of what happened.
Yeah, I mean, he should have definitely explained it because the way he said it, it just seems weird. Like somebody listening to that is like, well, what does that mean, dude? That's kind of strange. But I don't know.
So I joined the sect. I was to live a very pious, very devoted Muslim life. I would spend every time thinking about Islam, thinking about God, praying to God, crying at night. Thank you so much for accepting me into your religion. Please never let me go. Please never let me die without faith. I even had this stupid prayer. Please never make me have doubts. Please never allow me to leave the faith. And I would go as far as to say, please take my life while I have faith. Please don't leave me. Also, I don't know. I would regularly go to the mosque. I would pray all the time. I would wake up at night and don't go to bed before I pray. And I was involved in a lot of Sufi practices, like reciting Allah's name constantly and stuff like that. Total bullshit. I'll come to that in a separate video. Anyway, so I was just going on my path in the sect, and I was practicing Islam very, very much, and it felt beautiful. I mean, this feeling to be connected to God, this feeling to just want to be accepted, to just live for the one who creates you, to know who created you, and to just devote your life to him. It was beautiful. It felt very peaceful, and it felt very strong inside. It felt amazing inside from time to time. I mean, there were times that I was totally overwhelmed with this love and devotion that I had for Allah and for the religion, for Islam, and for his prophet. I wanted to dream of him. I wanted to go to paradise and see him. As I said, I was overwhelmed by joy and by love and happiness for that. But it also had its dark sides. Along with that, there was also a lot of anger about the disobedience in the world, about the disobedience to the creator of everything. I mean, I just couldn't grasp the idea that people reject their creator, their Lord, and go different ways and do different things and even insult him. That would make me crazy. I was just as intolerant as any other Muslim that you see outside. No, I was much more.
Yes, I do that, doesn't he? See, he talks about it like he's not, because I've heard him act as if he's not trying to brandish all Muslims, but you can't help, like, especially if you're like a bit simple and you're listening to him and you're watching him, and say you've already got all of these prejudices against Muslims, and you hear him say, you know, I was just as bigoted as every other. It's so ironic as well, because, and I've noticed this with him, it's so often that his own statements can refer just as equally to him. Like recently, he had an interview with Bart Ehrman, and he's like, the Muslims, they often use you for their own agendas and for their own this and their own that. And it's like, you're doing it now. Why have you got Bart Ehrman on? You're not a Christian, apparently. But you got him on. What for? To justify your own ends and your own means to help disprove Islam. Like his little catchphrase, he says, you know, stay away from Islam at the end of the thing. It's obvious why he's got Bart Ehrman on there. It's to do with his own particular agenda. So he's doing the very same thing with Bart Ehrman while sort of mockingly taking the mick out of apologist Muslims that bring him on to have a discussion. And then, even more hilarious, so this is just referencing to his how his statements often sort of end up falling back on him. On his interview, despite Bart Ehrman saying loads of things in there that don't come across too well for what Christians are hoping to sort of get across, he lists out in a comment he makes a comment and pins it to the video. He lists out a number of things. He's like, but does not agree with Islam. Yeah, we know that. He's not a Muslim. Like that's not a mystery to anyone. It is implausible that Jesus, quote unquote, brought a scripture, blah, blah, blah. The New Testament is quite accurate with additions, not corruptions. The additions would be the corruptions. It's just a semantics silly thing. Like, and he basically, the point is he's listing all these things out. You'd think he was Christian. The way he was sort of listening. And then he says, Muslims should stop misusing Bart Ehrman to validate their own belief. He doesn't agree with them at all. Bart Ehrman don't agree with Apostate Prophet. He's not an atheist. Is he an atheist? Is Bart Ehrman an atheist?
He's agnostic, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, but he still believes to some degree, I'm guessing. What are his beliefs about? What do you know about Bart Ehrman? Is he
yeah, he's an agnostic. He just doesn't know if God exists or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I heard him. But yeah, it's really interesting. Because he does these things. He's using Bart Ehrman for his own agenda while saying that this is somehow a silly thing to do. But yeah, I don't know. Strange guy. Let's pull that video back up.
More concerned about such things, but I would avoid getting into like harsh debates and making harsh insults, because mostly I wouldn't use any like cuss words and stuff like that. I was constantly in consultation with older people from the sect, older religious people. I would talk to them. I would share my thoughts about things. I would ask them questions about the faith, and I would constantly, what I always do, read about the faith and read about the sect. The leader of the sect was a guy who was considered to be a holy person. He was very holy. He was this seemingly old, devoted, holy man who was almost like the prophet, because he was very holy and very pure and very clean and he knew all the answers. One day he died, and then my faith became even more intense. And I started doing much more. And around that time, I started to read the Quran. When I read the Quran, I felt very peaceful reading it. It was like I was again overcome with joy and everything, the old story. But I was trying to read it and to understand it. But there were things that didn't make much sense at first. I can't even find what first made me like stop a bit. It was something about fruits. I don't know. It was at the beginnings of the Quran. I can't find it right now. But that was nothing. I don't know. The first thing that really made me stop and think, wait, is this okay? Was chapter number 4, which is called Women. And in that chapter, in verse 34, it tells Muslim men that they are superior over women, that they can warn them if the women are behaving arrogantly, they can separate from them, and finally beat them. I made a video about that. You can watch it somewhere here right now, or at the end of this video. But that was the...
Yeah, so this touches on that thing again, this whole idea of beat them. So we might as well just talk about that for a moment. Like, for example, the word in Arabic is very particular, and then obviously we've got the hadith that we hold in conjunction with this, and it raises the question, well, what does it mean exactly? Now, the word beat can be quite ambiguous. Like, for example, when I was younger, I used to get beat with a slipper when I was naughty. Yeah, my mum used to slap me on the bum with a slipper, a soft bottom slipper, and we referred to it as getting a beating. My dad used to come at us with the belt. He used to snap it. And my uncle would give us a slap across the back of the head, or like slap us on the arm, or whatever. We used to get what we would call beats. We use that word. Now, it never bruised me. It never hurt me. And it never left any like lasting permanent damage. The things that caused the damage were more the other things, like the psychological impact of other stuff that was going on. But when I was being naughty, like for example, when my mum gave me a slipper because I ran away, and when we were on holiday somewhere, and so she beat us with the slipper to make sure we wouldn't do it again. That was a very necessary thing because we weren't listening to her. We were being naughty, and she needed to do something to make an impact on us. Now, when you say, "Oh, she beat you," it doesn't, like, what they do is, like, there's another popular right-wing guy. Whenever they bring up these verses, what they always do is they bring up images of like the cliche beaten wife with the black eye, the bloody nose, and that's not at all what Islam permits. It specifically permits the opposite. Don't hit them in the face. You can't do that. You're not allowed to do that. If you can't draw blood, you can't leave permanent marks. You can't hurt them in any lasting way whatsoever. It's more just of like a symbolic thing. It's quite clear. The ulama have spoken on this, and they have references to hadith. Aisha radiallahu anha herself said that the Prophet was never someone who hurt anyone. Like, he never beat people in this severe manner that they try to make it out. It's nonsense. It's nonsense. And the references are there that say the complete opposite. Do not hit them in the face. But, you know, these people, they hear these words and they want to take it to its extreme. And he does this a lot with the Quran. Like, he reads about the lamps in the sky. And then he talks about it like the Quran means, you know, like those Moroccan lamps you get in the markets. Like, the Quran is trying to tell us that's what stars are. Or, you know, the sun sets in a muddy pool. Like, he's got like very, I don't know how else to describe it, but it's like autistic thinking. Like, he reads something like that, he takes it hyper literally, and then acts like that is the only way of interpreting it. Even though, like, there's plenty of other ways of looking at these things. Like, I describe, when I went traveling, we saw many sunsets into the ocean, and we described it as such. But whenever I said, "Oh, Mum, you know, I just saw the most beautiful sunset into the ocean," it was just, like, my mum didn't go, hold on a second. The sun doesn't set into the ocean. What you on about? She didn't say nothing like that. She understood figurative language. And he just doesn't seem to get that. He doesn't, you know, he doesn't understand how there can be nuance to things and there's a discussion to be had. He just oversimplifies things, like, as much as possible.
Yeah, and the other thing is he first mentioned he couldn't remember what his first thing that sort of caused him problems was. And he's like, "Oh, it was something about fruit." What are you talking about, man? And then he kind of skips over that and he goes to start talking about this hitting. Again, we know that for people who don't know, there's mention, especially in the tafsirs, about what's called a miswak, which is basically it's like a toothbrush. It's a little wooden, tiny little thing. And it's mentioned that this is what it's talking about. Would, you know, you sort of tapping the person.
And it'd be somewhere like on the body as well.
Yeah.
Like, it's not, you're not hitting them in the face. You're not like prodding them with it. It's like it literally is. It's equivalent to like when my mum would slap me on the arm if I was misbehaving. It's like a hit. You know, you're not coming away with any lasting damage. And yeah, subhanAllah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, that's it, man. You can keep playing.
First, kind of shocking. I was still thinking about that when I was done with the whole chapter. The other thing was that the Quran says that at some point that Christians, Jews, and Sabians, which is an old religious group in Arabia, will be rewarded by their Lord, and that there shall be no fear for them. Which is weird because I learned all my life that Jews and Christians are wrong and that they are infidels, that they follow a false religion. It is also weird that if you read further into the Quran, you see that the Quran suddenly changes its position on Christians and Jews and condemns them. For example, in chapter 9, verse 30, it explicitly condemns Jews and Christians. But I made excuses for that, and I didn't go further into it, but it made me doubt. Another thing that I noticed during my first reading.
I don't know. What would you want to say about that bit with the because it's as if, because obviously I think from what I remember from the tafsirs, it's referring when it's talking about the Jews and the Sabians and the Christians and then having no fear. That's referring to pre-Islam. Allah says elsewhere in the Quran, that he does not punish before he has sent a messenger. So those who were monotheists and those who believed in Allah, the one true God, the creator of all things, the most high, the most compassionate, they had this conception of monotheism, of Tawheed. If the label Sabian, etc., or whatever, so long as they were monotheists prior to that and they did good and they believed in the one who made them, that's the group it's referring to. And then there's the second one that he's referring to is a condemnation of other views that they had. So when the Jews or the Christians, like for example, obviously the most obvious one here would be the Christians then starting to talk about Jesus alayhi salam being the Son of God. This is, obviously a condemnation of that bit. I don't see why that's so, like, what's difficult to get your head around with that. It's, you've got one verse that's making a clear criticism of a faulty idea or a faulty proposition that they hold within their theology. And then you have another that's saying, well, those who were monotheists prior to the coming of Islam, prior to the Quran and the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, if they did good and they believed in the one God, that they will be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to pull up the verse actually now.
I think did he pull it up on the
Quran?
Which one? Because he's got.
What was the number? It was 2.
One, and that's chapter somewhere here. Chapter. The other thing was that the Quran says that at some point that.
So 262 was the first one. Indeed, those who believe, and the Jews or Christians or Sabians, those among them who believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the last day, and did righteousness, will have their reward with their Lord, and no fear will there be concerning them, nor will they grieve. And so this also touches on the concept of the mukallaf.
Yeah.
Because Allah is making reference here as well. Because again, we've made reference already to that other verse which says Allah does not punish before He has sent a messenger. So, like for example, you have the Christians or the Jews or the Sabians. They believe in Allah, they believe in the last day, and they did righteousness. Yeah. Despite being a Jew or a Christian or a Sabian, so long as they meet that criteria, they will have their reward with their Lord, and no fear will they be concerning them, nor will they grieve. Now the question is well, what about, for example, my mum's ringing me. What about, for example, like the someone that lives in the Amazon jungle, and they've never heard of Islam, they've never heard of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Are they mukallaf? Are they the legally responsible person? Let's say they have an inclination of the fitrah. Let's say they believe in one God. Now, there's a really interesting video on Ayera's channel with, I can't remember if it was Imran or Sabor who was interviewing him, but it's an Irish revert called Jerry, who's done a bit of research into it. And it's about basically these monotheistic patterns that you see. Even like some of the language, like the Native Americans, they had this idea of what was referred to as like the Great Spirit. And like, they you can find evidences basically of monotheism everywhere. 1 second. Let me just message my mom.
Yeah, sure, no problem. I mean, again, I don't know. We'll have to listen to what he says further, but I don't know what was so troubling with this verse.
He didn't say anything. He ends it. He just says, and I couldn't figure out how to reconcile it. It's like, did you not bother reading anything on it? Like, it takes 2 seconds to pull up a tafsir.
Well, I'm thinking maybe it wasn't even really intellectual in that way. Maybe he was, based on what he said before, and he didn't explain it, so I don't know. But because of his thinking of hating basically anybody who's not a Muslim or a Turk, that he saw this verse and he's like, wait, how could there be good people that aren't Muslim? You know what I mean? Maybe it was that. I don't even know if it was anything intellectual that he had an issue with. I have no idea.
He's not really, because with the way he's talking about how he ended up moving closer to Islam, he's not talking about it like it was an intellectual endeavor in the first place. So he's not really getting himself grounded. He's just sort of like jumping into it and just...
Yeah, he was talking about that sect he was in, and there was this guy who was, it seemed like a Sufi sect, and he was you know, he was so holy and people loved him so much, and he
Other
died.
way refers to him as he was like a prophet as well.
Yeah.
And so, because I've seen, obviously, this isn't necessarily everyone who associates with Sufism, but there are some extreme forms of it where they do almost like they make certain figures like infallible. Like they talk about them like they're these perfect people, as if they have no flaws at all. And obviously, that can go into some weird places when you have people that devote themselves to these individuals. They end up sort of getting into these weird ideas. And from what I remember, I think he ends up talking about how he ended up like that in one of these sort of weird sects, maybe. I don't know. But he didn't even tell us who it is. I want to know who was this guy.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Because that'd be nice to know. I want to see, when you were like a super devout Muslim, what were you being taught?
Yeah.
What, you know, who was the authority over you, giving you interpretations of scripture? You know, did they have a particular aqidah? Did they, you know, what were they? Who were they?
Yeah, I have no idea, bro. He makes it seem like it was like a Sufi sort of order, but
I think he goes more into it. But yeah, so if you watch this now, he doesn't really, he just makes it sound like it's quite clear this is some contradiction. And all you need to do is read the tafsir on this, and it makes it quite clear that it's not.
Yeah, keep playing it. I don't know if he says anything further.
Christians, Jews, and Sabians, which is an old religious group in Arabia, will be rewarded by their Lord, and that there shall be no fear for them. Which is weird, because I learned all my life that Jews and Christians are wrong, and that they are infidels, that they follow a false religion. It is also weird that if you read further into the Quran, you see that the Quran suddenly changes its position on Christians and Jews and condemns them. For example, in chapter 9, verse 30.
If you pause it, that's what I told you. It was, I just thought these people were so bad they couldn't. And now I found something in the Quran that said something good about them. You see what I mean? It's just all a psychological thing. But now he's bringing up what he sees as a conflict between this verse and the other one.
It's interesting you say that, because now when you think about it, it's not so much a conflict within the Quran. It's a conflict within himself and his own sort of
that's
tendency
what
to
I
move
said.
to extremes.
Because
he's obviously at this point in his life a very bigoted person. He's saying he's admitting he was. He has this very, very oversimplified way of looking at the world in black and white distinctions, where it's like it's this or that, even though the Quran goes into detail about the layers and how they're not all the same. And in Surah Baqarah, like the second chapter of the Quran, it starts talking about those who appear to be Muslims, but they're not, the hypocrites, the people that, and it's really getting across this notion that appearances can be deceiving. Sometimes you see people and they might dress like you and talk like you, say Alhamdulillah and Allahu Akbar and this, that, and the other, but their hearts are corrupted and they don't follow the religion at all. And when they go away and they're with their devils, they say, we were only mocking, we were really with you. Like the Quran is quite clear that even within the Muslims, there are grades. That there are different levels of Iman. Some people have no faith whatsoever, but they still consider themselves Muslim, or they still, and this isn't, you don't need a degree to see that the Quran makes this distinction within these groups, and that there's levels that people fall under. And then it even makes that reference with the non-believers as well, and says they are not all the same. Allah does not forbid you from having some sort of, like, you can marry the Christians, you can marry the Jews. Like, what sense is there in saying that the Quran teaches you, like, what you're going to do? You're going to marry this woman and then, like, hate her? Like, oh, you pesky kafir. Like what? You're married to the person. You can't do that. Like, where's the logic in this? It don't make no sense. It's like he didn't read the Quran. Or if he did, he was like, I don't know, I'm going to throw this out there, cherry picking certain verses that supported his bigoted mentality in the first place, which he himself at the beginning of this video already attests to. And then when he's reading the verses, he starts to feel a cognitive dissonance. He starts to feel this conflict within his own thinking, and then projects that onto the Quran and and says, oh, there's a conflict here. No, the conflict's within your own head, within your own perceptions of what the Quran is saying. And the Quran is a perfect evidence against you about what it suggests about the distinctions within the non-believers and the distinctions within the believers. There's levels. It's not, and Allah knows what's in the hearts of people, and we do not. We judge based on what's apparent. We're not on no what is it called? The Tupac Aqidah. Only God can judge me. None of that. Like if based on what is apparent, you die as a non-believer, you're buried as a non-believer. Based on what's apparent, if you die as a believer, we bury you as a believer. But that doesn't mean that Allah has granted you paradise. You may have been one of the hypocrites. You may have been someone who apostated secretly. And if you were someone who died apparently as a non-Muslim, Allahu Alam, maybe there was all these things that happened in private, and in the heart, they accepted that Islam. Allahu Alam. You don't know these things. You don't know what goes on inside of people's heads. There's the famous hadith about the battle, and in the last moment, that man takes his shahada, and one of the Sahaba kills him. And Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam gets angry with him and says, "Why did you do that?" He says, "Oh, he only did it because he was scared." No, like he saw he was about to die, and he was trying to trick me. He says, "How do you know what was in the man's heart? You don't know that. You don't. He may have been, but you can't be so sure. You can't be so confident that you know what's going on in the heart of a person. You can only judge based on what's apparent. And judging based on what's apparent is necessary, but that doesn't say anything about the reality of the contents of someone's heart. Now, someone who is a critical thinker can come to these notions, can come quite independently. You can figure this out. Someone who's into this weird black and white mentality is going to come to the conclusions he does.
Yeah, like I said, I think it's just more psychological and problems with himself rather than anything else.
SubhanAllah.
Explicitly condemns Jews and Christians. But I made excuses for that, and I didn't go further into it, but it made me doubt. Another thing that I noticed during my...
It didn't go further into it. He didn't critically think.
It didn't go further, but it made him doubt, but he didn't seek to find an answer to whatever his problem was.
You know what it sounds like, though?
It's over and over. It's the same thing.
It made him uncomfortable. Instead of approaching it and trying to critically think about his position on this and its relation to what Quran teaches, it scared him. And he didn't doubt himself. He doubted the Quran. And that made him avoid the issue, basically, is what he's saying there. He didn't bother. Like, he didn't think about it anymore. Let's just put it in his words.
Jews and Christians. But I made excuses for that, and I didn't go further into it, but it made me doubt. Another thing that
I made excuses for that, but I didn't go further into it. It made me doubt. So, like, he was just trying to justify his own mentality, not what the Quran and the Sunnah has to say on the matter. He was trying to justify making excuses for his own way of thinking. That caused the tension in his heart, and then he didn't want to go any further into it, so he just avoided it from then on. But it made him doubt, and so he's left the seed of doubt in his head based on something that's not even a Quranic principle. But the Quran itself offers him the solution to his problem. They are not all alike. You can't just go, poof, kafir, and then just act like everyone that falls into that category is the same and should be treated the same. It's childish.
Exactly. Tofu.
Tofu. Where's the button?
During my first reading of the Quran was that there is a confusion about the information on whether Satan is an angel or a jinn, because the Quran contradicts itself with the information on whether Satan is an angel or a jinn. But I thought, okay,
I think it's quite clear the ulama are not in a disagreement about this, that he's a jinn.
Yeah, I mean, it clearly identifies him as a jinn. This is a very easy, quote-unquote, problem to solve. I mean, it clearly identifies him as a jinn. So, yeah, I mean, I don't really see much of anything that he's bringing here that's problematic.
it's just the language and stuff like that. So I went over it again. I came to another point, which was about the sun sinking in a muddy spring.
There we go. There we go. The good old sun setting. Like, even, bro, as an atheist, when I read this was not the thing that popped into my head as problematic. Like I read it and I just went straight over it. I was like, all right, yeah, it's language we use all the time. Like my focus was on verses about things like slavery, about the verses that talk about the beating verses that we've mentioned already. Looking into them, what is the opinion of the ulama on this matter? How should we react to this? And then looking at things in context holistically, looking over verses, talking about how you need to treat your women well and look after them, and like how you're a cover for each other, and looking at the accounts of the wives of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and what they said about their relationships with him. Like you do a bit of a deeper dive into it rather than just like honing in on these particular verses, and answers become a bit more clear. But he's like, the verse of the sun setting in the muddy pool, this is what tipped me over the edge. So
I put that.
Pull that up.
That aside too. I just dismissed that information, but that would become one of the most.
And this is a common theme. He just keeps putting it to the side and dismissing it. Like by his own testimony, he's not thinking about this critically. He's just putting it to the side and dismissing it.
Difficult things in the end. I just kept practicing my faith. I believed in the religion more and more. I would even do things like voluntary fastings and stuff like that when no one tells me to fast. Actually, I would fast Ramadan through, and I would also do it on other days because I thought because it felt peaceful and nice to do that. I thought I'm doing it for God. Well, at some point at school, I found out that there was an atheist at school, an atheist who also happens to be a socialist. Well, that guy came to me and he asked me a question that I couldn't answer. He asked me about Quran chapter 33, verse 53. In that Quran verse, the Quran says that people who visit Muhammad shouldn't, if they are done with whatever they are doing, not to stay too long in Muhammad's house anymore and just leave immediately. And he asked me the question. He said,
right. Wait, let me see what question.
Seriously, just answer me this question. Why is that in the Quran? And I had no answer. I didn't know what to say because the Quran is considered the complete and perfect word of God for all humankind.
See, again, all it takes is just to think about it for a little bit. Is there any wider implications of this particular verse that might be of benefit to the Ummah as a whole? I don't know. Maybe overlonging stays in people's houses is considered rude. And that people, not just Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, but we can generate a rule here and how Muslims should behave. Like, don't just like lodge in someone's house for way longer than necessary. Like, hold to some sort of social etiquette. Like, how can you not think of why this might, like, again, it's just this black and white thinking. It's making mention of this, and he's not inferring how this might have further implications in terms of how this might be applied to fiqh rulings and how, on adab and etiquette of the believer, how they should be behaving with each other. Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam being among the believers. And he was like, I didn't know how to answer it. It's like, what do you mean you didn't know how to answer it? It's not like, even as an atheist, you can read that and go, well, maybe this is a reason. Maybe you don't have to be a believer to come up with these as potential answers for that. You don't need to be a Muslim to offer what I've just said there as a thought, as a passing inquiry. Like he just gets stumbled.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's quite obvious. It's about people because, listen, he's a prophet of God, and he was in charge of a community. And so, of course, there's going to be a lot of people that want to come see him, come talk to him, spend time with him. And that could be very draining for one person. I mean, just us on social media with people messaging us. I don't want to speak for you, but it's a bit overwhelming.
That's why I've made it really
answer
hard.
People. And,
So
I mean, imagine you were a prophet of God, for God's sake, and you're in charge of an entire community, and people are coming over your house, and they love the Prophet, alayhi salam, and they want to spend time with him, and he's got so many responsibilities. He can't just be eating and talking with everybody all day long.
It'd be never ending.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
So it makes perfect sense. And bro, you're right, because like we're not by any means super popular.
I mean,
like we're really tiny channels. Like in comparison to some of the other brothers, mashallah, they got like 500,000 subscribers. We're here with
Yeah.
our measly 10K. And Jazakallah
Yeah.
khair to everyone who is a subscriber, by the way. And if you've not subscribed already, make sure you do. And
Inshallah.
that's not a Make America Great Again hat. That's the name of his channel. So make sure you subscribe to Jake's channel as well. But yeah, we don't have that many people following us. And even then, the amount of contact was intense very early on for me. And I had to limit the ways people could contact me. So like, I don't have my inbox turned on Twitter because it just goes crazy. Like, and you can't keep up with it. I'm trying to get millions of things done. And then, like, I have to set aside a certain amount of time where I go and check my emails and then I go through them. But sometimes that's months. And it builds up and builds up. And that is intense. That's especially when you're trying to get other things done. And you've got jobs to do and this, that, and you've got projects you're working on. It's overwhelming. And then you've got a family life. You know, one wife and one child, man, it's like difficult, let alone having several wives. Like, it's, you know, subhanAllah. And you've got this whole community on top of that depends on you for spiritual and legal guidance. Like, think about it. And if he was shy, if he did have a love for the people around him, you know, and he was shy about it, why wouldn't the Quran offer this as a suggestion, which can be then utilized in fiqh more generally? Why wouldn't it? Why is that so absurd?
Of course. Yeah, I mean, it's just, to me, it's so obvious. Like, to make a big deal about this verse, well, why is it in the Quran? Well, first of all, it's letting the Prophet alayhi salam know, like, look, it's fine, have people over, but don't feel overburdened by it that you have to do X, Y, Z. So it's comforting him in a way. And because, as you said, his nature was to be accommodating to people and to, you know, do the best he could to give people time. Now, so it's in one way comforting him, and in another way saying, listen, this is what the situation is. Don't overburden the Prophet, you know? And to me, just as trying to be objective as I could, looking at that, I wouldn't see anything wrong with it whatsoever. So I don't know.
It's funny as well because it's like it just seems more and more to be the case that he just struggles with critical thinking, and someone else. So he's being confronted with these
and extremism, like
this black and white thinking, black and white thinking, flopping from
everybody sucks or everybody's great. Like, it's just, you know, and that's how he is now, right? Because what's he do? Before, he hated anybody who wasn't Muslim. Now he hates all Muslims. Everybody who's not Muslim is great.
And when he's come out
great, Christians great, Bar Ehrman's great, the Hindus are great. Everybody's great except for the Muslims. They all suck, I'd say. Oh man, subhanAllah.
And he had this inclination to like just submission to a group. Like, so he joins this little, I don't know what he refers to it as, like a little cult where you've got this figure that's seen almost like a prophet, and he's just sort of like jumping into it. And then whenever any sort of critical thinking is demanded of him, he flees it and just avoids it, doesn't bother to delve into it. Then he makes a friend who's an atheist who brings him a verse, and he can't answer it. He can't critically think about it and maybe just come up with at least one answer. He can't come up with anything. And so this causes more tension. Let's see how this develops.
But that book suddenly comes up with this little verse which says, "Hey guys, if you're in Muhammad's house, please don't stay too long. Just go out." And he might be too shy to ask you to leave. You know, just leave. Fuck off. Well, I didn't know what to say, so I decided to read the Quran again, and I came across all the things again. Beating women, the Satan thing again. Then the verse with Muhammad. Well, I thought it probably has a moral message that serves also as a message to all the believers. So I just went along with it. I left it alone.
So he actually comes up with an answer then, after, that's completely, that deals with it. Sorry, my daughter.
Look at that face. Look at that face that he's got there. Doesn't that say it all, dude? It's like, on the one hand, he seems depressed and angry and just the guy doesn't know how to think properly. Seriously.
Right, let me just go back because I missed that little bit when my daughter kicked the door down.
If you are in Muhammad's house, please don't stay too long. But that book suddenly comes up with this little verse which says, "Hey guys, immediately." And he asked me the question. He said, "Seriously, just answer me this question. Why is that in the Quran?" And I had no answer. I didn't know what to say because the Quran is considered the complete and perfect word of God for all humankind. But that book suddenly comes up with this little verse which says, "Hey guys, if you are in Muhammad's house, please don't stay too long. Just go out." And he might be too shy to ask you to leave, but just leave. Fuck off. Well, I didn't know what to say, so I decided to read the Quran again, and I came across all the things again: beating women, the Satan thing again. Then the verse with Muhammad. Well, I thought it probably has a moral message that serves also as a message to all the believers. So I just went along with it. I left it alone. I don't know.
All right, so
what's wrong with that now? I don't get
exactly. It. And then so he said the beating thing. It doesn't sound like he bothered to even look at what the ulama have said about that. He just saw it and he's like, "Oh yeah, that must mean you can, like, just full on, start choke slamming them and that." It's like, WWE in his head or something. And so he's just reading this. He's not checking up what the people of knowledge have said about this with reference to other verses or with reference to hadith, Quran and Sunnah holistically. And then he gets to that bit about the verse. He offers a completely satisfactory, in a very, obviously, very simplified manner, explanation. This can be generalized to the community more, not just the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, but to the ummah, of course. And that's what they do. They use this in terms of this is how fiqh rules are generated. So that isn't an issue. He gives us a small reason, at least, that can open up a discussion about why that one isn't a problem at all. He mentions the other two things. All you need to do is just look into what the ulama say about it to sort of overcome that as a problem. And then that.
But I had many more doubts in my head. But then I started to dismiss a lot of things that I had in my mind. And I asked him questions.
Dismissive personality. Like he's just dismissing things. Dismiss.
I went to some older people and asked questions about what to do when you have doubts about specific things. And I talked to someone who was very close to me, and I asked him how he handles things when he has doubts. Well, he told me he had doubts about specific things too, but he just overcomes these things by thinking it through, by thinking about the reason, and by asking Allah for understanding and forgiveness. Which is understandable, because if you just think it through and if you don't want to believe that there is something wrong about it, then you find a stupid reason for it. Anyway, I came back to my faith.
A stupid reason? Like, what stupid reason? What are the stupid reasons?
Yeah, he was just being vague there, right?
Yeah.
He didn't really mention.
Yes. Now we do these things like we would go to different cities to spread the religion, to spread the information of the sect even more, to invite people to become more pious, more...
Oh, wait a second. By the way, so he mentions that his friend was a critical thinker. He thought about it, he would try to come up with some possible explanations and ponder over it, like the Quran tells you to do. Don't just accept things because you found your forefathers doing it. Ponder upon the Quran, read it, think about it. Seek knowledge from those who have it. The ulama, the scholars, those who dedicated their lives to worshipping Allah and to learning his religion.
So you wouldn't let's go out on a limb here. You would not consider AP a pondering soul, would you?
Nice. If I was to give badges out to pondering souls, he would not be someone who would receive one of those badges.
Poor guy.
Think it through, and if you don't want to believe that there is something wrong about it, then you find a stupid reason for it. Anyway, I came back to my faith, and I would do these things like we would go to different cities to spread the religion, to spread the information of the sect even more, to invite people to become more pious, more...
See, he's talking about spreading...
It's all about the sect.
Yeah, not about Islam.
It's all about the sect. Yeah, exactly. I don't know, man.
Just because I saw that as my mission, the sect saw that as some mission, and that's actually your mission as a Muslim believer. If you are a Muslim, then you are supposed to tell people about Islam, and you are supposed to tell people about the right things, about what's right and wrong. And
that's, yeah.
You're not supposed to be spreading the sect as what you're talking about.
But even then, that next bit where he's like, and that's what Muslims do. They tell people what they should and shouldn't do. Yeah, forbid the evil and command the good. Like, how is this not what everyone does? This is secular people do this. They forbid what they think is evil, and they command what they think is good. The Christians forbid what they think is evil, command what they think is good. And the Muslims, they forbid what they think is evil and command what is good.
Yeah.
And
does he ever go around and does he ever get around to telling what the sect is and giving details about it, or not really?
Not here. There's a comment, but it's just a comment. It's not substantiated with anything.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know. I want to know. If anyone has the answer with reference to evidence where he says it himself or something, post it in a comment or send it me in an email to contact.ponderingsoul@gmail.com. I would be interested. Like, he's got hours and hours and hours worth of content. I have no idea. I'm not watching through all of that just to get to the bottom of that one question. So if anyone has the answer, please let me know. Or if anyone even was in the group with him, that would be even better. Like any of his friends from the past. If you could let us know about what this sect was. Maybe we were uncharitable about it. Maybe he was uncharitable about it. Maybe it wasn't as bad as he made it out to be. Maybe it was just him that was the issue. Allahu alam.
How to practice religion as far as you know it. You should tell people, you should give people advices if you see that there are wrong things going on. That's a basic compulsion in Islam. But something was wrong with the sect. I mean, when I went online a few times, I read things about the sect, like that the dead leader of the sect was accused of things like sexual abuse, but those things were never proven and were dismissed in the end, but multiple times. And eventually, when we went to one of those cities where I was again to spread the knowledge, some guy who knew the leader in the past confronted me and said, "Hey, you know, that leader of the sect, the guy who died, and I'm glad that he died, he was not as innocent as you think he is. You know? Just go around and ask people in your own sect why he moved to a different city in the beginnings of his career as a holy leader." Well, so I started to ask questions among all the people in the sect, but the answers they gave me were not satisfying. They were like, people just talk, don't listen to them. It wasn't satisfying. I thought more and more.
So this is the thing as well, like
it's going back to the whole sect thing and the sect leader.
Yeah. And then gossip. Yeah. So like, what I don't know who he's talking about, for one. And there's two possibilities. Either the guy did do it or he didn't. Either he did or he didn't. Now, regardless of either, we can only base our judgments on what's apparent, on the evidences that are available. Now, if it was taken to court and he was found innocent, you can't really go any further than that. Like, it's khalas. Like, what else can we do? If it's gone through a court and there is no evidence to suggest that he did that, proven innocent until proven guilty. This is something that the West even have. And by the way, they got this from Maliki fiqh, I think. It was inherited because of Islamic jurisprudence. Innocent until proven guilty. You cannot judge someone as guilty until you have the evidences. Now, this guy, I don't know who he was. Maybe he did it. Maybe he didn't. But if you're going around asking people, oh, did he do it? Did he do it? And they're like, well, it's over, man. Like, it went to court. There's no evidence.
And he said, "Oh, I'm glad he died." And
yeah, who's this guy? So he's just out. He's just doing dawah, and some dude out of nowhere just appears from the shadows. Ooh, you be careful of that guy. I'm glad he died. Oh, I'm just gonna. Oh, this person seems to be authoritative. This absolute random stranger I know nothing about. Let's just take his opinion seriously and not see it as what it is. Gossip that's unsubstantiated, and he's not even giving evidences. He's just saying, just go ask people, man. Just, the what's that? Oh, I need to get the meme. Source, dude, just trust me. Like, bro, why would that? More
about things and reading more and more the books of the sect, I found contradictions. I don't know, it was a very respected sect, but I found, as I said, contradictions in the books written by the same person about how we should practice things, and the rules that I went with much stronger because I was in a sect. Became harder and harder to abide by. So my sexual repression that I forced on myself started to go crazy, and my control over myself started to become weaker. So I started to do something again, which I didn't do in a very long time back then. It's a bit awkward, yes, but I started to masturbate again. And I felt so fucking awful.
What was that little thing?
Something again, which I didn't do in a very long time back then.
Wait, I don't want to hear him say that.
Sofa King.
I don't even get. I don't even get that. Right. I don't even know what to say about this bit because he's going on about repression, and as well, I've heard him talking on somewhere else where he blames sort of porn addiction on Islam and on the fact that it forbids these kind of things, and on the fact, oh, by the way, which contradicts with what he said in the last video that we did, where he's like, women are taught, like blah, blah, blah. And he's going on about women just throwing themselves into the hands of predators as if that's something to do with Islam. And later on in another video, he starts talking about this same issue about pornography and things like that. And he starts talking as if Islam is the problem and why people become quote unquote perverted, as if this isn't a thing that's a huge issue within Western youth, that young men are exposed to pornography very, very early, and they become highly addicted very, very quickly. And this leads to a lot of problems growing up. And like teenagers in general would like, there's a really good video that Angel, I can't remember how to pronounce his name properly, brother from the Three Muslims podcast. He talks about the no-fap movement that started to progress because of a lot of these issues, because of how easily accessible pornography is to people who were just given handsets at an early age and they have free access to the internet. These are the problems. And then these things, you become heavily addicted to them. It's hard to just give them up. You've got, there's studies that talk about the issues, and just with alcohol, people relapse. It's the same with any addiction. People relapse. He went through a relapse, and it sounds like he's dealing with a lot of internal angst, a lot of anxiety. He's got these tensions going on within his own thinking about what Islam is, and then the things that he's being shown. And like, I don't know how else to explain it other than some sort of inferiority complex that he's got within himself. And it's like sending him under, like, I don't know. And so this is a coping mechanism for him. I don't know what else to say about it. It's weird. But...
because I felt sick and I felt sad, and I asked God for forgiveness. I asked Allah to give me strength again to overcome my sexual desire. I didn't realize back then that the sexual desire is just what's naturally in me, that I can't overcome that. Well, I realized that
you can overcome it. You can overcome it because he overcame it already. He did it once. Why can't he do it again? To talk about an addictive behavior as if it can't be let go of. I was addicted to smoking. I was addicted to XYZ. I left many of them behind. Like it's not.
I mean, it begs the question: what is he doing now? I mean, did he just, because he left Islam, he said screw it and doing what he was doing before? I don't know. Maybe so. I don't want to go into it, but I don't know. What's his solution? Basically, what was his solution to this problem? Did he just
free
leave
and
Islam
unlimited
and
access to porn? And
that's what I'm saying. Did he just leave Islam and now he's a porn freak or what? I don't know. What was his solution? I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
We'll find out if he offers anything as a solution to this now.
That's much later. I went to the military. Military service in Turkey is compulsory. Everyone has to do it at the age of 20. So when I was 20 years old, I went to the military and I served for 1.5 years. It was disgusting because I am just not the person who can give or receive commands. I don't like it. I don't like interfering in other people's lives, and I don't like people telling me what to do. It makes me crazy.
So wait a second. He was just talking about how he was doing dawah, and now he's saying he doesn't like telling people what to do. But he was constantly thinking about, like, this sounds nothing like the person he was portraying earlier on in this video. The hyper judgmental, he's a kafir, he's a this, he's a that. Why is no one doing what they're supposed to be doing? You need to do this. Why is no one following Islam? He's going out doing dawah, calling people to his sect. And then in the next breath, I'm not the type of person who likes to tell people what to do. That is what he said, isn't it? Let me just replay that.
Yeah, he doesn't like to be told what to do, and he also doesn't like to tell other people what to do. But it seemed like that's what he was running around doing all the time.
Served for 1.5 years. It was disgusting because I am just not the person who can give or receive commands. I don't like it. I don't like interfering in other people's lives, and I don't like people telling me what to do. It makes me crazy inside. I hated it since I was rebellious. At the same time, during my military service, I was also praying constantly.
So how did he end up in a cult? How did he end up in a sect? and like
I
submitting
have
to
no
it
idea.
wholeheartedly. If
Yeah,
if
and
it
he
makes him
had
go,
this.
"Ugh."
Yeah, he had this holy figure that he was adoring, and now he heard something that he didn't like about him, and it threw him off. Like, what? I don't know. I have no idea.
Right, I just need to pause for a second. So, if you don't mind, I'm going to leave you with the. Sorry to throw this on you. You can pause as well if you like, or if you want, you can just engage with the chat. I just need to check something. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, that's cool. No problem. Let me see what they got going on here. He's a walking contradiction, imaginary cult. His wife is ex-Christian. Okay. Is he schizophrenic? I don't think so, although it seems like he's got something going on. Let's see. Ex-Muslim tie. I love how Muslims get easily triggered. I love how you guys get easily triggered. You're so easily triggered. It's not even funny. In fact, AP is going to be so easily triggered by this video, he's going to offer some kind of response. He's going to be commenting on Twitter. Maybe he's even going to do a video about it. I don't know. He comments on every single person that says anything negative about him whatsoever. I don't know how he has all the time in the day because people all over are critiquing him, and he has to respond to every single person. So if we want to talk about easily triggered, this guy is very easily triggered. Right now he's in love with David Wood. Yes, he loves David Wood. By the way, David Wood stepped into my lane recently with the Trinity, and you can see on my channel where I talk about David Wood can't count. That's a nice video for anybody who wants to see that. What else do we have here? Let me see. Somebody just became a new member, so shout out to them for becoming a new member on Yusuf's channel. Aisha just became a new member, so appreciate that. Let's see what else we've got here. I'm just scrolling back while Yusuf is going to do something, and then we'll continue a little bit with this video here. I don't have a new camera, by the way. What it is, I have a new light. So I explain this on my YouTube channel. People like Yusuf and others were, what do you call it? Complaining about the lack of clarity on my picture. So the problem is not with the camera. If you know anything about it, it's really to do with the lighting. So we were able to purchase a new light for me with a laptop stand as well. So that's why the camera angle is different. And the picture is clearer primarily because of the new light that we were able to purchase through the help of you guys. So Yusuf's back. People were just talking about the saying
Camera
that
quality.
yeah, they said shout out to Jake's new cam. I said I didn't get a new cam.
It's never about the camera. It's always about the lighting and the angles. And
it's the lighting. It's the lighting. But yeah, somebody just became a member, so I was on your channel. So I was saying shout out to them. Sister Aisha.
Thank you very much for becoming a member. For those of you who are interested, basically I do like a once a month live stream for the members and the Patreons. There's information for that in the link below, which you're welcome to join. So Jazakallah khair for the support. And yeah, make sure you go over and subscribe to Jake's channel as well if you haven't already. Links should be
and go to tap too. Otherwise,
Thought
we'll
Adventure
tap
Podcast.
you out.
Yeah. Thought Adventure Podcast. Links to that should also be in the description. I think we're nearly on 10K with that.
Yeah, man. I just reached 10K, and now Thought Adventure is about to reach 10K soon. So
Mubarak.
yeah,
And you reaching it as well. Slowly. So was there anything else, or was it just everyone buzzing about your camera?
No camera, and I was just engaging with the comments. Yeah, that's pretty much it. But yeah, you can play it.
I wanted to give a little shout out to this brother as well. I'm going to upload one of his videos to my channel, but you can go catch it on his if you prefer. Jason Skywalker. He got some really good content, and he's a guy with a good sense of humor. So do check out his channel if you haven't already, and subscribe to him. He's done a lot of good content dealing with David Wood. The one I'm going to upload is one where he's talking about it's a commentary on the discussion between David Wood and Daniel Hakikuchi, the debate. It's really good, but yeah. Oh, he's blushing as well. Allah bless you, bro. All right, let's continue.
Trying to stay on the path and stuff like that. But during my military service, I became more and more courageous, and something moved me to question things. And I thought, hey, I have a mind. God created me. I believe in God. I believe in him firmly, and I believe in his word.
So he's making a distinction between his past self and his current self. So previously, he wasn't courageous. He was cowardly. And
he wasn't thinking. He wasn't a critical thinker. Now all of a sudden he came one, but still seems like he's not really exercising it very well.
Oh, we'll see what he's going to say now. But basically, and with joining the army as well, the whole point of that is they break you down and then they try to build you up. And the military training is supposed to instill you with confidence, because a soldier without confidence is useless. Now, just because they give you confidence, it doesn't mean they've given you a brain. And just because you've become someone who's now confident and capable of going to war or being sent out to, a military post or whatever. I don't know. Maybe he was a chef. Allahu Alam. If joining the military doesn't even mean that you're ready for fighting necessarily either. But this confidence sometimes might bleed to areas that it's not supposed to go into. And you see this as well with new atheist types, where they're proficient in one particular area of expertise, and they have PhDs in biology or whatever, XYZ, and then they sort of assume that this would bleed into theology, and they come out with the most brain dead, simplistic, quote unquote, refutations. They'll say something like, "Oh well, who created God?" As if the fact that they have a PhD somehow makes that statement in and of itself a legitimate, praiseworthy critique. And it's not true. And all it is that they gain confidence because they become proficient in one area, and then they incorrectly think that can somehow transfer to other areas of thought. And it isn't. And as well, you see this with people like Aaron Ra as well, where they, for example, he becomes proficient in one particular area where he's learned in it to some degree, and he's memorized a lot of the stuff or the material on that subject matter. And then when it comes to something like philosophy of science, for example, he doesn't want to go anywhere near it. And the reason is because he has to start from scratch again. When he's going into something, he has to start questioning his own assumptions, his own axioms, his own framework, his own epistemology, his own X, his own Y, his own Z. And you see all of that in the discussion that he had with Thought Adventure podcast. That he's uncomfortable with this. And at Speaker's Corner, when Brother Sabor Ahmed confronted him, he was like, "I don't care about philosophy of science." He didn't even want to think about it. He didn't want to talk about it. And the reason is because obviously once you have to start backtracking and thinking about your own foundation, your own principles, things become very difficult. And you see the same with this guy too. Trying to get him to tell us what his moral foundation is nigh impossible. It's the most frustrating thing ever. You're just asking him a simple question and he'll just wiggle around it. He won't answer a load of tweets, and then he'll focus on something irrelevant and then blow that out of proportion. And then and then he'll go on to Thought Adventure podcast and he'll leave a comment here, there. It gets frustrating. We stop answering him. And he's like, "Oh, you didn't answer me. Why are you not answering me? It's very telling. It's very telling." It's why would we answer you when in a comment, just to kind of get across how aggravating, how annoying it is to have a conversation with this guy. He posted a picture of the email where he blurred everything out apart from a line, a small part. and he focused in on that. And then he's like, it's not even blurred. And he commented on the picture saying there's no blur. On the picture where there's a blur. And then he said, oh, no. The video, I left it unblurred there for like a fraction of a second. And then he zoomed in rapido. It's not like he left it there. Like he was like, everything blurred. Like there was no intention to sort of let people check that. He's diverting attention to a very small part. And we've already left the whole email thread conversation we've had with him on our channel. It's all there. We shared it on Twitter, the entire conversation. And you can see very clearly what the discussion was supposed to be about. It wasn't just an opportunity for him just to come on and just proselytize. It's supposed to be a dialogue, a discussion where we say things. And we made it so clear in that email what the conversation was about the foundations, about the first principle. Went into detail about it. And if he was confused, if he wasn't sure, if it was as ambiguous as he was making it out, he could have asked for clarification. So am I just going to be... And we even we gave him like half of the podcast to go on about whatever thing he wanted to go on about. So it's not even like we didn't like give him the opportunity to speak. We did. But we had to start somewhere. And so we started what we thought was important. And he just was like really dismissive. The whole, oh, it's a relevant meme. Where is it? Have I got that? I went on a huge tangent then. How did we get there? The pen. How did we get to there from what did we just watch? What did he say then? The army, confidence.
Yeah, he joined the army too.
Yeah, he joined the army and he got a bit brave and so he was like, I know, I'm a critical thinker now.
And his word in the Quran asked me to use my mind multiple times. So in the end, I decided to leave the sect, which was considered like heresy from the point of view of the sect. That's how.
Right. So he
left the sect that he won't name. He finally left it.
Yeah, Andy admits that they were heretical.
No, he said that they would consider him a heretic for leaving.
Oh, okay. Let me just play that again. I thought he was saying that they were heretical.
To question things. And I thought, hey, I have a mind. God created me. I believe in God. I believe in him firmly, and I believe in his word. And his word in the Quran asks me to use my mind multiple times. So in the end, I decided to leave the sect, which was considered like heresy from the point of view of the sect. Okay. That's how sects generally view things. When I was done with my military service,
Right. So I guess that says something about the sect.
Yeah, dude, no matter what he's into like an extreme form of whatever it is.
Because it is like, say you join a group of people, you don't become a heretic because you just stop hanging about or you leave the group. Like, for example, if like there's an organization, like for example, IERA, yeah. Say you join IERA and you're helping the organization and you're doing dawah with them and you're joining classes with them, and then you say, yeah, I'm leaving, guys. I'm going to go somewhere else, and I'm not sure about XYZ. And like in and of itself, if you still have the shahada in your heart, if you still say la ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah, so long as you're not saying anything that's explicitly kufr, they can't just call you a heretic for saying, yeah, I'm not going to be a part of your organization anymore. Like, because the organization isn't Islam. It's not like you either are a part of IERA or you're a non-Muslim. That's extremist thinking again. Very telling. If he can't even not be a part of that sect without being a heretic. So what? Like, how many people were a part of the sect? How many people was he aware that weren't? By not being in the sect, you are like, what? I don't know, man. Maybe they don't think like that. Maybe I don't know. He doesn't give much information. He just leaves these weird passing vague comments that suggest weird things. And it's like, that'll do, and moves on to the next one.
Moved on my own to the city, Istanbul, the most popular city in Turkey, and I started to live there on my own. I went to university, but I couldn't do it because I didn't want to live with my parents anymore. I had to take care of myself, and in Turkey, it's a bit harder to go to university while you are on your own. So financial reasons and everything, I had to abandon it, and I had to focus on career. I had to focus on working and earning money. So I became very successful in my career suddenly. At the same time, for 1 year after leaving the sect, I still thought very often about Islam and about the whole religion. And after I left the sect, I was much more courageous, and I was much more. It pushed me to question things more and more. And I stopped practicing things. In Istanbul, everything was much more different. people were not like Europeans, but it was more like Europe than it was like Muslim culture. Things became more difficult because I remembered my childhood. I remember Germany. During my time there, I decided to read the Quran again because I had so many things in my mind, and I tried to ask questions. I tried to Google those things. I tried to ask scholars, but some things just didn't make sense, and the answers were not satisfying. I thought about all those things, and while I read the Quran, I came across the wife beating thing again. It was wrong because I grew up in a country where women and men are equal in Germany. I thought more about things, about the contradictions in the.
I'm guessing he's not seeing the whole Me Too movement and the whole feminist movement and how everyone's complaining that men and women are not equal. Like, I don't know. It's just completely blind to all of the problems that's being plastered all over the news all the time.
Yeah, I mean, he's saying that he asks scholars, but he doesn't really bring up any specific issue. He's just vague, and then he goes back to the beating thing. So, I don't know, man. Very strange.
The Quran. I thought about the fact that the Quran tells a story of where a guy goes to the west and finds the sun sinking in a muddy spring.
It's amazing how people like him and his followers, and they think it's the greatest objection. Like, this is the best you guys got. You guys are so dense that you can't see that the Quran is presenting it in a phenomenological way. That this is how we experience things. I mean, well, if that's the case, forget about a setting in the muddy spring. I actually had this happen to me where this was back when I was a Quranist. And it's funny, actually, because they did the same thing to me. When I left their sect, I was blacklisted. I was despised. I was the shaitan. I was the most evil person. But at the time, this is some years ago, maybe probably about 4 or 5 years ago. There was this brother, and he used to attend our group sessions all the time. And stopped seeing him for a while. A few months went by, and all of a sudden he, contacted me, and we spoke, and we met up, and he said he was no longer Muslim. I said, really? I said, what happened? He said, I had doubts about this and that, and he was reading Sam Harris and these kind of things, and I said, all right, so give me your best objection. What's the best thing that you've got? And he goes to this muddy spring thing. I said, I just could not believe. I said, this is the best that you've got? This is the most troubling thing? Are you kidding me? And I remember I stayed with him at his apartment for several hours just explaining to him how you can read this. I said, why would you be concerned with the sun setting in a muddy spring? Forget about the muddy spring. Just the fact of it setting is technically inaccurate scientifically. But wait, when you put on the news channel and the weather comes on, they say, oh, sunset time is at 6:30 or whatever it is.
Oh my God,
right?
I can't trust the weather forecast
Oh
anymore.
My God. These guys they don't know what's going on. I got to boycott the channel.
How do I know what Maghrib is? Because technically, it's not sunset. Oh no.
Yeah.
What do we do?
Like, how do you read that text and you say, well, I can't give it a charitable reading that this is what it's talking about. It's talking about the way that humans experience things. And honestly, bro, I have no patience for such a silly objection. It's just ridiculous.
Let's see what else.
Try to find the answer to it, and the answers were just not satisfying. It was totally absurd. That question was one of
what's not satisfying about what we've said about using phenomenological language. We use it in every day, bro. Like, why is it not satisfying to hear when there's examples of it happening around you all of the time? His head's in the middle of his shoulders. Like, do they mean that your shoulders are up here? You know what I mean? Like, no, it can be used, generally speaking. The sun setting into the ocean, into a muddy spring. The sun setting over the horizon. Like, what? Why are we not using the, like you said? Why do we not say, oh well, the Earth span, and but you know, go, because it's just it's clunky, it's unnecessary. You don't need to explain it like that. People get what you mean when you use the phenomenological language. They understand it. They move on.
Harshest ones. It disturbed me so much. I saw contradictions between the Bible and between the Old Scriptures, the New Testament and the Old Testament, and the Quran. The Muslim perspective was always that the New Testament and the Old Testament, which they just call Bible and Torah, were changed, but that didn't make sense. And there were just some contradictions.
What do you mean it doesn't make sense? The Christians are quite happy to say that there've been additions. Like even in his recent comment section, there were additions. Things were changed.
Wait, can you replay that last 10 seconds? What
So he's saying, yeah.
But totally absurd. And I asked questions about it. I tried to find the answer to it, and the answers were just not satisfying. It was totally absurd. That question was one of the harshest ones. It disturbed me so much. I saw contradictions between the Bible and
one of the most harshest ones.
What? No, but what was it? I didn't hear what he said.
No. The harshest one was him. It's funny because you mentioned your Quranist apostate. He said that was the worst thing, and he said that the sun setting in the muddy pool was one of the most harsh.
Oh, that's what he was. He was still talking about the same thing. Okay.
Yeah. So that was one of the most harshest things. And it's funny because I only came across this when I was introduced to this guy. Like when I'd read the Quran several times at this point, and I'd just gone straight past this, never saw it as a problem. And then even when I was hearing it, it's like, why are you reading it like that? It just seems weirder to me that you would read that and think that's what it meant. In the same way that if you were to read the word sunset on the news and someone's going, oh, but the sun doesn't technically set. But you know, that weird awkward giggle. I'd be like, what are you on about, mate? It's like, it's
just childish, man.
Between the Old Scriptures, the New Testament and the Old Testament, and the Quran. The Muslim perspective was always that the New Testament and the Old Testament, which they just call Bible and Torah, were changed, but that didn't make sense. And there were just some contradictions that didn't make sense because even if Jews and Christians changed their scriptures over time, why would they change very simple information that has nothing, that would in no way make Christianity or Judaism superior to others? And I read things like Allah.
It's not necessarily about, why would he assume that that's why they would change it, rather than out of, for example, convenience for themselves? For example, they don't want a particular ruling, so they get rid of it, and then it makes life either easier, or they fall, like in some cases, you see this this falling into sort of hyper extremism, and then they overemphasize certain rulings to a ridiculous degree. Like, you know, these are different ways in which this spectrum of addition or removal can take place, and it's not limited to one or the other, because, you know, these people are not cohesive groups. You know, they're separated by time and space, and so they can come to different opinions and express themselves differently about these kind of things. But yeah, Allah.
Otherwise the sky would fall down. And the Quran says many times that
awkward laugh again.
Simple information that has nothing, that would in no way make Christianity or Judaism superior to others. And I read things like Allah holds the sky, otherwise the sky would fall down. And
what?
Allah holds the sky. Again, man, it's like the guy, maybe he's never read anything before. He doesn't have experience reading other literature to really understand these things. I don't know, man. It's like even a child could understand these points. Seriously.
Quran says many times that the end times are very near as it was never before. Well, it's been 1,415 years. The Quran condemns believers of other religions. The Quran condemns Christians and Jews just because they were born Christians and Jews, just because they didn't have the same chance to believe in Islam, to believe in Allah. I was thinking about
one verse: Allah does not punish before He has sent the messenger. Before He has sent a messenger. And the verse he already quoted earlier on: the Sabians, the Christians, and the Jews who fall under a particular criteria, that no grief will befall them. They don't need to fear. He quoted the refutation of this very comment earlier on in the video, and it's like, boop, straight out of his head, completely forgets it exists.
about that, you know, I see a lot of Muslims around who are disgusting people, awful people. But those people will go to heaven because they believe in Islam. But there are wonderful people living in Germany, for example.
No, that's not. No, we don't know that. We can't say that someone is definitely going to heaven. If they are like the worst people, and they like we can't even say anything about what's in their heart. Like, are they generally going to go? Like for example, we know that there are Muslims who go to the hellfire, or that people that on the surface level they appear to be Muslims. The worst place in hellfire is reserved for scholars, who everyone might point at and say, "Oh, look, a Muslim." But his destiny might be the hellfire. He might be a hypocrite. He might not be among who Allah considers Muslim, simply because the word is associated with him. And you could say the same thing about like for example, if you'd have bumped into me and you prior to our taking Shahada, if he bumped into me and you when he was super Muslim, according to himself, and we were not Muslim at all, he'd be looking at us like, kafirs. Look at them, they're doomed for hellfire, blah, 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 blah. And then, like, subhanAllah, how things completely switch. Like, he has no idea what is in store for anyone he meets, and neither do we. And Islam completely talks against this this arrogance. Don't think so highly of yourself. Don't think yourself saved instantly. If there's like a single seat, what's the hadith? Let me pull it up. About if there's even an ounce of arrogance in your heart. Pick it up. Right, here we go. If Abdullah ibn Mas'ud radiallahu anhu reported that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, anyone has an atom's weight of arrogance in his heart, he will not enter paradise. A man said, what if one likes his clothes and shoes to look good? He said, verily, Allah is beautiful and he loves beauty. Arrogance is to reject the truth, look down on people.
Yeah. It's funny you bring up that hadith because I just posted a snippet from it last night. Allah is beautiful and he loves beauty.
Yeah. And arrogance is to look down on people because you don't know what's in store for them. You are not Allah. You are not the all-knowing. You don't know whether they're going to die in a state of belief or disbelief. You don't know if you're going to die in a state of belief or disbelief. He was making dua to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that he could die in a state of belief. And look at him now. His arrogance, he was the one that the hadith was warning about. That if you have arrogance in your heart, like I cannot say to people, I am going to Jannah. I am definitely going to be there. I say, inshallah, if Allah wills, I will enter Jannah. Oh Allah, make me among them. That's why we ask. We hope Allah will have mercy upon us. And we have a good opinion of Allah. And we don't fall into despair. But we don't act as if it's guaranteed for us and then we can just do whatever we want. That's a dangerous position to be in. Because as a result of this arrogance, a result of this way of being, of looking down at people, Allah might take your deen away from you, like he did with this guy. So no. So let me just read what
people, awful people, but in Allah. I was thinking about that, I see a lot of Muslims around who are disgusting people, awful people. But those people will go to heaven because
no, they don't. There's nothing to say that these disgusting, awful people will go to heaven. Where's he getting that from? There's no guarantee that they will go to heaven at all. The people that he's looking at and he's assuming they've got Jannah, for all he knows, they might have all apostated since then. They might be hypocrites. They might not be destined for paradise at all. So you can't look at people and say, oh, he's got paradise. And then look at someone who's like a non-Muslim who's giving charity and trying to do it quietly and secretly. How do you know that they're not going to become Muslim? How do you know? You don't. So you can't point at them and say, that person's going to hell. That person's going to heaven. This, that, the other. You can't do that. This isn't Islamic at all. That's arrogance. but I don't even know what to say here, bro. This is just like this is you know that kind of annoying that just makes you want to open your window and just scream out your window, just make noise, just because you're frustrated hearing this kind of crap. Can you hear me? Are you still there?
Yeah, I can hear you. 1 second. Okay. Yeah, my mic. Yeah, I just don't understand what he's really even trying to drive at with this point. I don't know.
May Allah keep us humble.
If somebody was saying out, you know what? I was looking because somebody was saying that he was in the chat, but I didn't see him in there. So I was looking to see.
Yeah, no, so he won't be from, if he is, he's not from his original account because he kept coming on and giving super chats. And I don't want to have to deal with his money at all. Just sort of, it completely derails the live chat.
Yeah, I don't see him in there though. I don't see him.
You can make a video. If he is there, if you're watching, just make a video. You've got the platform. You know, feel free to go ahead, do a live running commentary on our comments. But like, I find him insufferable. I can't have like a proper conversation with him because he just red herring here, red herring there. He says something he thinks is clever, and it's just like avoiding. Like, I for the life of me, I've had several conversations with him about this. I still don't know what his moral system is. He doesn't tell you. Like he just avoids it, and he's like, he'll make reference to other possibilities. He's like, and he'll say things, and it's like, well, these propositions here, you share these propositions with like the position of moral nihilism. Moral nihilism holds this X, Y, Z, and you're saying things that kind of put you in this category in a very vague, weird way. I'm trying to pinpoint where you lie if you share something from here and there, and instead of going blah 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 blah, he just goes, no. I could be other things. I could be this. I could just don't tell me about what you could be. Tell me what you are. Tell me what you do believe. Like, and he can't even see how expressing certain propositions that are shared by something else does make him somewhat fall under that category. Maybe not absolutely, maybe not explicitly. And I can't say anything because he just doesn't tell you. And then he gets frustrated when you're trying to figure it out. And it's like, well, what are you then? Like, are you nihilistic and you incline to utilitarianism for pragmatic reasons? Are you XYZ? It's just it's annoying. It's annoying. And like, a great example of a conversation you can have is like the one with Alex Malpass that you, brother, and Abdul Rahman had. Like, someone who's clearly, he's not an imbecile, like he's not dense, he's not a Muslim. You can have a conversation with him. He makes intelligible points. You can make intelligible points. He can absorb what you're saying. He can respond to what you're saying, and you can have a proper dialogue. You can have a proper conversation. And it's not like we can't have these. We've got evidences that we've had plenty of these kind of conversations. We're on Clubhouse having these kind of conversations. We can have intelligible conversations with people who disagree with us. Happens all the time. This guy acts like there isn't any. Like, Muslim apologists don't talk to anyone. And like, he's the only ambassador that needs to be spoken to. And he can't see how it's just like, these conversations are frustrating because he just keeps repeating the same talking points. Despite them being dealt with multiple times by multiple people, he acts like they haven't been. But it's like, same principle when he was a Muslim, like, he just dismisses it. Just dismisses it, won't bother. He says something half of the time with just regurgitations of things from like anti-Islamic apologetic websites, or from his,
exactly.
He's not coming up with these unique perspectives. He's recycling age-old arguments. There's no creativity in his thought. There's no critical thinking, and then he just sort of reiterates it with his voice. And then I'm an ex-Muslim. Stay away from Islam. But then, obviously, when it comes to having a critique levied against him, he's nowhere to be found.
they believe in Islam. But there are wonderful people living in Germany, for example, who were born into a Christian family who just didn't have the same chance. And they will go to hell because they didn't believe in God, which made me think again, if I was born into a Christian family in Italy or in America, would I be a Muslim right now? Probably not. I thought about how the West treats minorities, how the West treats Muslims, how the West treated me, how Germany treated us, compared to how Muslims treat others, how the Islamic world, how Turkey treats others.
Right. On my estate, yeah, when I was growing up, I didn't have the full screen on. Alhamdulillah, you don't have to watch the video then, but you can hear it. Can you still hear it, by the way?
Yeah, I can hear it. I was listening to it, but yeah, it wasn't.
Okay.
It wasn't on the screen yet.
Right. So, council estates in Britain, yeah, especially when I was growing up, were horrible for minorities. Horrible for minorities. If a minority moved onto my estate, they would have feces posted through the letterbox or smeared on their door handles, fireworks set off outside the houses or into the houses. They often get terrorized and they get bullied, and they would have to leave the estate. There was people that I knew on Halloween would dress up as skinheads with the Nazi signs on their head, like this. And this was he was able to do this and then walk from his house 15 minutes down the road to the next pub, go in the pub, spend his night in the pub, and no one would kick him out. You know, this was something that happened quite readily in council estates. You see the expression of this in the sort of the football hooligan mentality as well. There's, you know, like the Western countries are not necessarily what he says. It's not to say that everyone is like that. Again, black and white thinking. Black and white thinking again. He's acting like there, as if there's no prejudice against minorities in Western countries. As if it's just, yeah, it's like paradise. You know, the West is like paradise. It's perfect. Everyone there is like an angel. They just treat minorities well. They're patting everyone on the head. Oh, lovely you. Where are you from? You're not from here. Welcome. Come in. Let's sing Kumbaya. Let's hold hands. And the Muslims are like,
yeah, it's a lie, man. Seriously.
There's a channel, a YouTube channel of, funnily enough, a Jewish man who goes traveling. And funnily enough, his favorite places, he's done a list of this. Can anyone tell me the name? He's a ginger guy, and he does traveling videos, vlogs, and his favorite places to go to are Muslim countries. He doesn't hide the fact that he's a non-Muslim. He doesn't hide the fact that he's a Jew. This is common knowledge. And like he's going around, he's got loads of fans from all of these Muslim countries, and he was in awe. And this is a common theme, by the way. A lot of people will go traveling in Muslim countries and be shocked at the hospitality that they receive. Like one of the videos he did, let me see if I can find him. Drew Binsky, that's the one. Binks. Let's pull up a video actually of Mr. Drew Binsky. I won't play it all to avoid copyright. Drew Binsky. Yeah, here we go. Drew Binsky, stop sharing. Yeah, here we go. Drew Binsky. Why I love Muslim countries. Great video. Go watch it. 5 things I love about Muslims. 3 Islamic stories. Muslims versus Jews. I got abused in Turkey. SubhanAllah. I'm Jewish and I still love Islam. Like, this guy is a travel vlogger. He's gone to Pakistan. He's got, like, he does a list of his favorite countries. And his favorite ones are Muslim countries. Pretty sure.
This is a renewed smartphone.
Can you see, by the way?
Yep.
Favorite,
Can't hear anything. Okay, there it goes.
etc. 7 favorite countries. The winter tour to Europe.
Right. Yeah. Tajikistan. The point is go watch these. I'm sort of conscious of thingy. What's it called? Copyright. But he's done a few of these. This looks like 2018. He's done another one. I'll try and find it. I'll post it in the community page. But like, he's a fan of Muslim countries. It's some of his favorite places were Muslim countries, and he's a Jew. And when he goes there, one of the videos he does is really good. He's like, "Watch, I'm going to try buy something." I think it was in Pakistan, and he's walking through Pakistan. And he keeps trying to buy things, and no one takes his money. Everyone's refusing to take his money, and he's like he's trying to get water, and he's like, no. He tries to get an ice cream, and they're like, no. Like, no, he finds it impossible to spend $10 just walking, and like, it's because he's visibly he's not from Pakistan. He's just walking through, and so like, what he's saying is not true. It's not as simple as he puts it forward at all. It's not the West is this angelic place where everyone's perfect and no one treats minorities bad. Not at all. Yes, there are people who are really good to minorities, but it's not the rule. We have problems.
Yeah, no, I'll give you a perfect story, right? So
you give that story. Well, I'm just going to pray Maghrib.
Yeah, sure.
I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, so quick story on supposed the West loves Muslims so much. So I went to work one day and a coworker saw my a ring that I was wearing, and she noticed and she said, "Oh, looks like Jake must have just got married." So she asked me, "Oh, what, Jake, did you get married?" And I said, "Yeah." And so she asked me a couple more questions, and turns out I said, "Yeah," and she didn't know I was Muslim. And turns out I said, "Yeah, I got married to a Muslim woman from Morocco, which is my wife." And she immediately, her initial reaction was said, "What? Why on earth would you do such a thing?" And she was a Catholic woman. And I said, "What do you mean? I'm a Muslim. Why would you do that? Why would you convert to that religion? What's wrong with you? There must be something wrong with you for you to do that." And this was the conversation that she was having with me when she found out that I was Muslim. Ever since then, the lady barely says hello to me, barely speaks to me whatsoever as soon as she found that out. So this idea, this lie that's being proclaimed that, everybody just gets along and yeah, they treat everybody equally. In the West, they all love Muslims, they love minorities, they love these people. It's a lie, guys. It's complete rubbish. That's why you have people like him, David Wood, these other Christians. They team up together against Muslims. When you see Muslims teaming up with atheists and Christians and these people and that people, no, it's always the Christians and the atheists teaming up against the Muslims. Why? And I saw a post the other day on Twitter that demonstrate the clear bias that Christians have against Muslims. They think that we're animals and savages. And I'm not saying all of them. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying all people are like this. But this idea that everybody is just lovey-dovey, and no, it's not whatsoever. So, it's a very strange situation in which you want to make it this either-or situation. Everybody hates these people. Everybody loves them. It's not simple. It's not black and white. Life is not like that. And Mr. AP, it seems he suffers from this mentality where he either loves people or he hates them, and he just can't get around it. And that's how the lens that he's living, with this lens throughout life, no matter whether he's atheist, Muslim, he's in this weird sect, it's all the same. That's his mentality. I don't know. Maybe something happened to him in his childhood. Allahu alam. But very strange. And Hashem is mentioning the tweet that I'm talking. That's exactly who I'm talking about, Mr. Catholic fella there. It's interesting because you think, well, maybe people aren't like that, and then when you start seeing tweets like this, you start dealing with people, and they say these things. It's really unfortunate that that's the way it is, but that's the reality. And AP wants to paint it as something else. Like Muslims got the problem with everybody, but they don't have a problem with us. No, it's complete rubbish. It's a lie. But that was just a quick story of something that happened to me at work when the lady found out that I was Muslim and that I had a Muslim wife. She couldn't take it because she was Catholic and she knew I was Catholic before. She just lost it. She completely lost it. So let me see. Somebody put a super chat. If a guest leaves you satisfied, you take your sins with you. If a guest leaves you satisfied, he takes your sins with you. I'm not really sure, to be quite honest with you. I'm not really sure what you're saying there. Maybe it's just going way over my head. What else we got going on here in the chat? Yusuf is just praying. We're in totally different time zones, so I think he's praying Maghrib. Not sure. I haven't even reached Dhuhr yet. So Drew Binsky, people are saying to like him. Yeah, I haven't really watched his stuff, to be quite honest with you. I don't know much about the guy. What else do we have here? Morocco, home of Tajin. Jake, many Catholics think like that. When I say that I agree with certain tenets of Islam, they start getting agitated. I live in the Catholic nation of Poland. Oh yeah, Poland. I have a friend that lives there. I've heard some stories. Yes, they're very passionate about their faith. Let's see. What else? You got a sister here saying, I lost some friends once I told them I wanted to become Muslim. Yeah, I'm not really surprised. Moroccan women are stunning. Alhamdulillah. Yes. If your guest leaves your home while he is satisfied, he takes you. If your guest leaves your home while he is satisfied, he takes your sins with him. Sorry. I don't know if that's a hadith or I don't know what you're quoting. But I mean, appreciate the super chat. I really don't know what you're referring to. Lord Yemcha saying, just letting you know I love you. Love you too, bro. Yeah, appreciate the super chats, guys. What else we have saying here? What else going on here? The chat. One second here. What else? Somebody's asking, did I study philosophy like Yusuf? Yeah, I have a bachelor's in philosophy. One second. When's the next debate, Jake? I have a debate coming up with Chris Date on the Trinity next Saturday. Not this coming Saturday, so not in 2 days, but the following Saturday. So a little over a week away. And that should be interesting. That should be fun. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, I reached 10K subscribers on YouTube just within the past week, so that was nice. Shout out to you guys. Let's see. Will you do a video on Hinduism? I don't know that all that much about Hinduism, but anytime I talk to Hindus on Clubhouse, it's a bit frustrating because they have this weird understanding that they believe in things can contradict one another and be true. So they believe in true contradictions. Like the guy was telling me the other day, you could be a Hindu who is a monotheist, so you believe in one God. You can believe in multiple gods, or you can believe in no God, and all of them can be true simultaneously. So it could be true that there's one God, many gods, and no God, and meaning the same thing by God, and all of it can be true. It's fine. So I to be honest, I don't really have patience for I don't have patience for that mentality. Can't really speak to people like that. Once you say that, then up is down, down is up. Doesn't matter. You can say whatever you want. Yeah, I understand what the person is trying to say about the sins. I really don't know what the point of that is. Brother Jake, don't let DW. I'm not having a discussion with David Wood. Deviate. It's not David Wood. It's Chris Date. I don't know where he got the David Wood part from. I did a video on David Wood, but no, I'm not having a debate with him. Chris Date is a lot better than James White, just not as popular. Yeah, he wrote a book with Dale Tuggy. He's done a lot of debates and discussions. He's been on a lot of different big popular Christian channels. So he's probably not as well known as James White to a Muslim audience, because Chris Date primarily engages with other Christians rather than Muslims. I don't know if he's ever debated a Muslim. That's actually an interesting question. Whereas James White is very well known to Muslim audience because he's been debating them for 20 plus years, I believe. So, yeah. Let's see what else we've got here. Brother Jake, could you make a video on aseity and its problem in Trinity? I've done that many times. We've got a whole video on it. I've done several streams on Dowwise about it where we went into depth. So I've done that already. But yeah, there's always more to talk about. Yusuf is back.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, no problem. Just entertaining the chat. And
how long have you got?
Little story. I actually got to run soon. So how much time do we have left in the video?
Whenever you need to go, bro, you just don't worry about it. Just you can leave. We've got here it is. About 5 minutes.
There's 5 minutes left. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go because we're not gonna finish that.
Okay. So, to be honest, if it's only 5 minutes, I might just continue. Unless someone else might join me.
It's cool. Yeah, because I do have to run actually.
No problem. Sorry if I've kept you longer as well.
No, it's cool, man. Yeah.
Barakallahu feek, and thank you for joining us thus far.
All right, bro. Yeah, maybe we'll do. The thing is, I was looking at it. He's got a part 2, a whole nother video on this, right?
Yeah.
I never watched it though. To be honest,
I've not. Maybe I'll give it a watch, see if it adds anything different.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's worth it. But all right, bro. Yeah, appreciate you having me on, and it's always interesting. to talk about the Mr. Irrelevant.
Oh yeah, Jazakallah khair for joining us. And everyone, if you haven't already, do go subscribe to Jake's channel, The Muslim Metaphysician. The links should be in the description, and I'll try and post them as a comment as well and pin that, inshallah. Show him some love, and me and him are both working together as well on another podcast called the Thought Adventure Podcast. So if you haven't checked that either, please do check that out, inshallah.
Inshallah. All right, guys. Salam to you, Yusuf, and everybody in the chat. And see you guys next time, inshallah.
Inshallah. Assalamu alaikum. All right, guys, let me just see. If I can get someone else to join me. I find it difficult to do one thing and talk at the same time. So apologies. Let me see if I can get anyone on. So maybe someone will be willing to jump on and help us out. In the meantime, I'll check the comments. How is everyone doing? How are you coping? How was it being alone with Jake in the comment section? Oh, nice. Mashallah, we might be joined by Brother Zach. Don't mind me while I just eat a cookie. Oh, subhanAllah, with 2 hours deep, 154 people on. Alhamdulillah. May Allah bless you all. No problem. All right, so Brother Zach's going to join us. And we've got 5 minutes of audio left. So we'll see what else he's got to say. So how is everyone? How are you all? Someone's trolling here, I think. Jazakallah khair for the super chat. I think there was another super chat, but for some reason it's not showing on StreamYard now. So apologies if I missed that one. I can't really go any higher to pull it up. We've got another member. Jazakallah khair for becoming a member. Oh, I don't know what's going on here. It seems to be there's a lot of comments. Yeah, I think someone else did a super chat, so apologies if you did and I've missed it. Okay, there's some more here. That's fun. If your guest leaves home, mashallah, we are joined by Brother Zach. How you doing, bro? I can't hear you. Is it me? Or is it your mic? Let me check. Oh, it's not me. My give me the thumbs up when you're back on, so you don't have to. I can see you in the bottom of the screen. If your guest leaves your home while he's satisfied, he takes your sins with him. Sorry, I'm not sure what that is. That a reference to a hadith or something? Or thank you for the super chat. Just letting you know I love you. Barakallahu feek. God bless you. Jazakallah khairan for the super chat. Let's see what the comment section is saying at the bottom. Silent. We're doing well. How are you, Yusuf? Alhamdulillah, I'm doing really good. I wonder what's the average age of the chat here. So my stats for my channel subscribers are not as young, because someone was I can't see the screen for the moment, Zach, so if you're trying to tell me to come on, that you're coming on, I won't see you straight away. Right, it looks like his mic's on. Bear with me, bro. so I can get the analytics up for the channel and the audience. Let's have a look. Here we go. The age range of my audience and the gender as well. Markup capture, save, open file. So I can bring that up in a second. I think we can be joined by Brother Zach now. Assalamu alaikum, Zach.
Wa alaikum assalam. Do you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. Alhamdulillah.
All right. Alhamdulillah.
How you doing, bro?
Alhamdulillah. Everything is well. Doing well. Sorry about the low quality camera. I'm running on a.
No, it's fine. It's not the low quality camera. It's the lighting.
Is it now? Okay.
Yeah, it's always the lighting, bro. It's always the lighting.
Oh.
But, this is so someone saying they wanted the age range. So I have 0.9% of people, the majority men, mashallah, 90% plus males subscribers, and then the majority of them are 25 to 34 years old. And there's a decent size of people 18 to 24, and then there's another decent chunk 35 to 44, and then it tapers off past the ages of 45. It's about 6%. But I have more people over the age of 45 subscribed than under 18. So would you look at that? But how do I get this off again? So anyway, yeah, bro. Yeah. Sorry, I've been calling you Zach because you've got that as your name on WhatsApp.
Yeah, it's I would actually even just go by Zechariah, but Zach is fine. I mean, my name is in English is John Zacharias, and so
Okay.
yeah. So but I always went by Zach even in English. I never used the name John. So,
mashallah. Introduce yourself a little bit, and then we'll jump into watching the video, inshallah.
Sure, inshallah. So, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
My name is Zach. So I am also a convert to Islam. It's been about 15 years. I'm from the United States, Indiana. So not the same place as Jake, but you know.
But you're living in Turkey now?
Turkey.
Yes, so it's funny because you've done the opposite journey
exactly. Yeah.
To this guy.
I do live in Turkey now. I've lived here for 12 years. Started in Istanbul, then moved to Van, which is on the Far East. Like we're about 100 kilometers, if even that, from the border of Iran. Moved to Ankara for a little stint, and now I'm back in Van. So I'm basically in Eastern Turkey, very far Eastern Turkey.
And you teach languages?
I'm a French teacher by trade. I taught a lot of English here in Turkey, but I'm mostly in translating nowadays. Just have some private lessons here and there.
MashaAllah. So we'll jump straight back into the video, and we'll give our running commentary. There's not that much left, but as would seem to be the case with what we've gone through so far, there's generally a lot to say on very little that he says.
Yeah, I actually watched this video like, well, how many years ago it was, but anyway, yeah, go ahead.
Let's see what he says. Bismillah.
What we think of others. And I thought, are we the merciful, good ones? Is that really true? There was always this warning against questioning Islam. Whenever you have some doubt in your mind, you were supposed to say, please God, forgive me, astaghfirullah. And
so he's already said that the Quran is telling him to use his mind, to think, to ponder on the Quran. He said this moments ago.
Yeah.
Like literally, it's like it goes, like it comes out, and then like he expresses it, he puts it out there. Moments later, he completely forgets. And then he says something completely contrary to the thing that he's just said moments ago.
Well, I mean, which, you know, I can give maybe some heads up about just the general thing and like what Turkey is, which might help give some background information to to viewers and whatnot. So, you know, in Turkey, it's kind of en vogue for the youth to identify as deist. That's a bigger thing. Some atheists, but it's not a knowledgeable stance, or it's not a it's not an informed stance. They just kind of are doing it because it's the thing in vogue. So, you know, when I talked to them, and I was a deist, and I really was a deist, understanding what it meant to be deist before I became Muslim. And when I talk to the deists or the self-proclaimed deists in Turkey, most of the time it's just like, you don't even know what a deist is. You're not quite a deist. You're definitely not a Muslim. I get that, but you don't. You're somewhere between like this nebulous area.
Yeah, it's generally the case when you have this sort of like pop culture movement. It's a lot of the time it's very superficially like taken on board, and you even see that, like, for example, many of the people in the UK that are living here, they're secular minded, and some of them might refer to themselves as atheists, but they're not atheists because they've like gone through all of the argumentation and checked it out and made sure that the arguments are valid or sound or any of this. Like there's very little of that going on. It's just, whatever's popular at the time and people inclined to it. And religion plays very little part in their life. Like they don't talk about it that often. It might pop up every now and then, generally just to mock. Like that,
Definitely. It's to mock, or there's a lot of it. There's some political aspects too. I mean, his time, it wasn't really, probably a little bit different than what it is now. There's a comment that said he just wanted a visa to Germany. He's a Kurd. He was born in Germany. I don't think he needed to get a visa. So, and the whole Kurdish comment, that's kind of like, I don't know what that is about, why that's even an issue. I live in a majority Kurdish area, so comments like that, I don't know what that's about.
I'd rather people not make comments like that. Please avoid it. But
I don't think he's Kurdish, to be completely honest. I've never heard him speak a word of Kurdish. I've never heard him mention anything like that. I don't know why it matters. I mean, I've learned some Kurdish too just by being out here. But anyway.
Yeah, Allahu Alam, Allahu Alam. Let's see what else this individual has to say.
Please keep me away from such thoughts. I seek your forgiveness and stuff like that. But I thought, we have a brain that God gives us. And he tells us in the Quran many times that he gave us a mind, that we should use our minds.
Okay.
And I thought, why is it so bad to use this mind to question what I'm believing in? Why is it better to believe in a religion without even thinking about it? Why is it better than questioning it? Why is doing what was just put into your mind better?
So I think this is maybe him confusing what some people have told him with what, like, and then sort of making that almost as if that's the command on top of what the Quran says, which is to ponder over the Quran, to read it, to think about its verses.
And it's just funny because, again, I'll just knowing Turkey, yeah, there might be some people who say that, and especially older generation, but that's not like, you don't have this thing in Turkey where it's like, you shouldn't think, you shouldn't question, that's not like this. Turkey is not that. Like people, there are even groups that, like, the whole thing was, you question it and you come to a better understanding. Like there's actually a very, very strong current of Islam that's not against questioning. It wants people to question even. So I don't know where he's getting that from.
Yeah, like, and even if you just take a brief look at the history of the ulama and the development of Islamic theology, a lot of it is like putting forward propositions like, how would you respond to this? And then they give like a whole treatise thinking about this particular question, and they give answers to it. And there's plenty of material that goes over this kind of thing, and like thinks about these things critically and tries to come up with answers to these things. And you see this within so you got like different schools of thought. You've got like Ash'ari and Maturidi and Athari. And even like within these schools, there's like a whole discussion and conversation going on about certain things and certain principles, and they have disagreements here and there. And there is a dialogue happening. It's not a case of like, and there's even a discussion about whether or not this blind faith is something permissible. And there's ulama that say that you shouldn't have blind faith, that you should be someone who's grounded in aqidah, that you should understand why you believe in your Lord and things like that.
Yeah, exactly. And like I'll just just throw it out here. You may have heard of Said Nursi from Turkey. Have you ever heard of the scholar?
No.
I mean, he died in 1960. May Allah bless him with mercy, make his grave illuminated. Anyway, so he was Kurdish, ethnically Kurdish from essentially the place where I'm living now, really close. But so he was born in the Ottoman. He lived until 1960. So he lived through the whole transitional period. Anyway, like his big thing is like, you cannot have taqlidi iman, so imitational iman. You have to have tahqiqi, so like, researched and, confirmed. That he uses another one, tasdiqi, in another place. But that's one of the strongest Muslim currents of Muslims in Turkey. And for a while after the Republic, if you were a Muslim, you were affiliated with that specific group. So what I'm trying to get at here is that there's this notion that it's not taqlidi iman or imitational iman. That's important. It's tahqiqi. So, it's something that's been, checked.
Yeah, and there's
So
another issue.
where he's
as
getting
well.
that from? It's not a current in Turkey.
Yeah, and not just that. It's like he said himself he was involved in dawah. Yeah, me and you are reverts.
Mhm.
And if we ask questions, how can there be like, what are they going to say? No, you don't ask questions. You don't ask questions. What kind of dawah is that? Like,
Yeah.
You're not going to convince anyone to become Muslim by not answering questions or going over these things with them and trying to like make references to, well, the Quran says this, the Hadith say this, the ulama have come to this conclusion inferring from this evidence and that evidence, etc. Like, or if they've asked a question, you're like, oh, it's a good question. I don't know. This was like, these are the conversations I had with friends, and they were young Muslims my age, and we were having conversations, and I was like, so what do you say about this verse? Like, where it goes, like, for example, the age-old one that's constantly brought up, the kill them all wherever you find them verse. It's like, you'd look at that and you can just, like, as a non-Muslim, you read one verse of it and you're like, oh, what's this? Why is it saying this? And you go to your Muslim friends and you're like, your Quran says this. Why does it say that? And an answer would not be, oh, no, you don't ask questions. You don't ask questions. You don't think about it. You don't think about it. It would be like, you would just laugh at them.
Yeah.
Like, I've never heard anyone say this. I've never heard, like,
exactly. And he's portraying Turkey like it's this, I don't know what he's trying to portray it as, but like, where you don't think, don't ask questions, whereas Islam is just this, imitational thing, which in Turkey, it's not just because of the historical things. If you just, the imitational belief that came by generation to generation, that was actually cut off with the formation of the Republic and then the aftermath of all that. So, most real Muslims in Turkey, people who actually take their religion seriously, it's not a result of some form of, passed down inheritance from their families, especially somebody his age, my age, we're about the same age, I guess, right?
Yeah.
No.
And the Quran specifically, like, if you look at Ibrahim alayhi salam, and like he's asking questions, and you even look at how the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when he was talking to the Quraysh, he's like, why are you on what you want? Why are you followers of polytheism? And they would say, oh, we found our forefathers doing it. We found our forefathers doing it. And the Quran explicitly states this isn't a justified reason to be something. You shouldn't just accept something just because you found your forefathers doing it. What if your forefathers left it? Are you then going to leave it simply because they left it? Or are you going to use your brain? Are you going to think about these things?
Yeah.
Are you just following people like lemmings? Or are you reasoning? And this is how many Muslims come to Islam. They think about it.
Yeah,
they look at the propositions. They weigh up what makes more sense here compared to there. Does Tawheed make more sense in Trinitarianism? Does is polytheism a legitimate claim at all, or should is it something we should not take seriously? Atheism, does atheism really help to explain the world and the universe and everything that's in it? Like, if you just posit no God whatsoever, like, how do you explain X, Y, Z? Like, there's all sorts of thinking that goes, and these decisions aren't like, it took me over 7 years before I took Shahada, from the point of like starting my conversations, asking questions, having a conversation, a dialogue, where they would say something, I would bring back a rebuttal or some sort of contention. They'd go, I don't know, leave it with me. And then they would go and ask questions to a sheikh or to someone of knowledge. They would go read, they would do something, they would find the answers. We would meet up again and they say, oh, remember that conversation we had? You asked this question, I didn't know the answer. Well, I've got some potential answers here. We can discuss them if you like. I'd say yes. And then we'd have another conversation about it. But then, like, half of the time, they'll watch our videos of reversions and this like that. And they'll go, oh, they only reverted because of some sort of past trauma. Or they would... And half of the time, it's the opposite. It's the opposite.
Yeah.
We become atheists because of some sort of trauma,
Yeah.
and it's letting go of that trauma and overcoming it that generally ends up like helping to embrace like Islam, for example, as a potential option. Like for me, it was the complete opposite of what they accuse us of. The thinking was the thing that helped me to move away from atheism and towards Islam.
Definitely, exactly. Yeah, my own story when I became Muslim, I actually came Muslim through Turkish people. You know, may Allah be pleased with all of them. It's like my experience of like how he's describing Turkish Muslims. I became Muslim in the United States, but Turkish people who were in the university and where I was, and so it's like these people were open-minded. They were doing their PhDs. They were devout Muslims from different parts of Turkey. They were questioning. When I brought them the questions, they're like, all right, we're going to work this out. I became Muslim in like 2.5, 3 months or so. And it was just like what his portrayal is the complete opposite of what I lived with religious Turks.
Well, he's doing this oversimplification thing because he's done it a number of times in this video already. Like this black and white fallacy where he's like, he's just said something and he just lumps everyone into this one group and he's like, yeah, that's them. And then he'll just say, and then Muslims are told, you're not, as a Muslim, you're told not to think, blah, blah, blah. Like it's just some cohesive unit. And this is the sort of written in the Quran, thou shalt not think. And it's just, no, where are you getting this from?
Yeah, exactly.
We need the dalil, not just source. Trust me, bro. It's ridiculous.
I don't know if you hear my kids in the background. They're actually speaking in Turkish. Their first language is Turkish. So if you hear anything,
it's very it's faint. I didn't notice it until you mentioned it, so I wouldn't worry.
Okay.
Well, bless your family, bro.
Better than doing what you actually want to do because you know what you do. I got myself New Testament and the Old Testament. I read it, but I was totally wrong about those books. I mean, it was weird to read it, yes, but what was really weird was that I was totally misinformed about those books. But I will come to that again in a different chapter. I thought about the things like that Muhammad married Aisha at a very young age, at the age of 6, and consummated marriage when she was 9. And I try to find excuses, but if you are not really interested in honesty and information, and you just want to stay a Muslim, it's very easy to just accept some different story about that. But if you actually value information, correct information, then you can only come to one conclusion: that Muhammad actually married a little girl, and it disturbed me. I just couldn't accept it. And I read about apostasy. I read about what happens to apostates.
So on that, there's a really, really good video that goes into this in detail. Full Metal Theist, and it's titled "The End of the Pedophile Argument" or something. But if you go to his channel, it's like one of the most popular videos on his channel. One of the mods is on. If they can maybe post a link in the chat, that might be helpful. But this is just like a ridiculous objection. One, it's mainly rooted in a feeling, an intuition, which we as Westerners, I'm guessing, share. I do anyway. Like you grow up in this particular environment, you share that intuition. Yeah, it seems strange, it seems odd, but it doesn't really go further than that. And when you look into the argumentation of it, like he doesn't offer an argument, he just says it. It's just like, yeah, I looked into it and it disturbed me. So yeah, what he's making reference to specifically is a feeling. It felt wrong. It's all right. So what's the argument? Because here, again, this is constantly it. It's like, we are the bastions of reason. If you need to incline to a proposition, you need to give reasons. You need to use logic. You need to use your brain. And then when it comes to these kind of things, they just sort of throw it out there and they say, well, it's obvious, isn't it? It's like, well, no, give me the argument. Give me the argument. Why explicitly is it bad? Why is it explicitly supposed to be considered something immoral? Considering everywhere in the world constantly practice this, and it was only recently that these things have changed. And the question is why did it change? Why did our intuitions about this thing change?
Yeah, and it's exactly. And well, I'm from Indiana, in the United States, which is, age of consent's actually considerably lower than even in Turkey. Go ahead, think about that. The age that you can get married, lower than you can in Turkey. So, it's like that was actually never a real issue. The age of Aisha, radiallahu anha, and whatnot. It's like I didn't have such a problem because just where I'm from in the country, okay, 9 is you don't hear 9, but at the same time, 12.
But yeah, but the point is we can share those intuitions, and still be like, yeah, but like what is it? What is saying that it's wrong grounded in? And so this is where the whole question of, well, what moral system are you using is important, and it's impossible to get it out of him. It's like he just doesn't tell you. It'd be nice if he just did a concise video where he's like, so this is my morality. This is how I see morality. This is my meta ethics. This is what I define as good. This is what I define as evil. I've heard him say that he thinks these are imaginary things, which is why I often ended up putting him in the moral nihilist category, or the as an error theorist, because he's constantly talking about good and evil as if it's mythological. But then when I put that on him, he's like, no, I'm not a moral nihilist. I'm not a moral nihilist. So what are you then? Tell me, what is it that you consider to be good and evil? If whatever you say about good and evil falls under the moral nihilism category or the error theorist, and you share certain conclusions with them, then you are at least in some part a moral nihilist. And if you are, then what have you got to offer as a critique here? Yeah, you can appeal to your feelings and say it feels weird, and we can even share those intuitions. We can even share those feelings, but that isn't a refutation. That's not a proof against it. That's no way of showing explicitly why it's a problem. And the issue is that it's like, well, so you've got this phenomena that is globally, and then you have the introduction of the notion of the teenager towards the Industrial Revolution. So in early America, you have this pumping of technology. Schools completely transform because of the introduction of the automobile. There's a book actually that talks about this. It's called The Creation of Youth, Teenage, John Savage. It's all about the invention of the idea or the concept of a teenager. Prior to the age of the teenager, before it was even a thing, it was just child and adulthood. And that's why you had people that would work from very early ages, and it was common worldwide to get married young. Even in the UK, there's a book by Sir William Blake or something, Sir William something, from the 1800s, late 1800s, I might add, talking about the laws of England, a commentary on the laws of England. And in there, it was talking about how in the UK, in England, it was perfectly legal to marry someone at the age of 7. In the UK, not even like just over a century ago. So you've got to explain like how this thing was such a common thing all over the planet, and then you have to explain why it became wrong. If you don't,
and there's also, brother, you're definitely right. There's another thing that needs to be brought up here, and it's alluded to by Ridwan, that she was married at 6, and then I said he in Turkish, we don't distinguish between he and she, so my English has been affected. So she was married at 6, and the marriage was consummated at 9. Okay, that's cool, but we also know from 6 to 9 she lived with her father. So we're actually talking about a betrothal and marriage. Exactly, and marriage is actually at 9. So there's this. This is kind of like sometimes they play on these words to make it seem like she was married at 6. Technically not. I mean, if you really want to get down to it, how we define marriage and what it is, both Islamically and even in the West, that was not a marriage. The marriage actually happened at 9 when she moved in, and it was consummated. It was a betrothal. Yeah, which is very different.
And the marriage took place when she was considered to have become an adult, and this is the same cross-culturally. Regardless of where you're going, there was no idea of teenager. There was child and adult. And what was the thing that marked that transition, that point? Puberty. When people hit a certain age, they hit puberty, they were considered to have become an adult. And this, like, you find this everywhere. So then the question is, well, why did that change? Well, you have the introduction of this technological boom, which completely revolutionized schools. There used to be little schoolhouses in America. I don't know if you've seen like the old movies where they show what schools used to be like. They were very localized. They were little houses, and then there would maybe be a few desks, and there'd be like one teacher for a community. And then like all the children would go there. There wouldn't necessarily be years and things like that. There was a complete revolution in terms of the education system. It was set on factory lines. This came from Prussia, or some like the way they set things. And even if you look at it, it is very much like a factory. Like the only thing that children have in common is their date of manufacture. They're pushed through this conveyor belt this educational system conveyor belt, and they're given certain things are just like plopped onto them at each stage in a very developmental way, like you would imagine like a car going through this factory line, getting certain parts added at certain times, etc. And this was completely changed as well because of the motor vehicle. And so they could make school buses, and children could all collect, and then the high school was developed. And so you had these huge education systems that started to be developed. And the motor vehicle also completely revolutionized young adults. So they had much more freedom. They weren't subject to, the potential dating pool wasn't just their local area. They could travel outside of their local towns and their local cities and court with people from elsewhere, which completely changed the dynamic. Like, for example, you didn't have to worry about the consequences of, say, promiscuity as much, because you could go there and get off rapido. You could like court a girl, do what you were going to do, and then just never show up there again, and no one would ever see you. And so you have this complete transformation of the dating scene. You have a complete transformation of our youth. And then you have the extension of the education system going from childhood through and onward into early adulthood. And there was necessities from that because of the whole capitalist system. It was getting more complex. And so you needed higher levels of training to get involved in the working market. Now, marriage at a young age gets in the way of that. If you start getting married young, it gets in the way of the education system. And obviously there was the development of the feminist movement as well. And this also was, I would say, fueled by capitalism, because what it did is it introduced higher amounts of workers into the workforce, which helped to drop wages too. And obviously, if there's more people in the workforce, then there's more competition, and then the wages become more competitive. So there's loads of motivating factors as to explain how our perception of childhood completely developed. And obviously, because you've got this increase in so this is something I've been thinking about for a while. And it just like when you look at it, when you look at the historical path and you ask the question and you think critically about it, why did it change? Why did it change? What occurred over that period that completely revolutionized the mentality of us when we look at these things? And it's had a huge impact. And there's loads of other questions that you can derive from this. So, for example, like people at the moment, and it's strange as well, because this guy is all over the place with what he thinks about certain things. Like with slavery, one minute he's saying it's not justifiable at all, and it's a perfect reason to want to leave Islam. And then in this discussion with Hakikachu, he's like, no, you would maybe think I would say something stupid, like it's not justified. But, it can be perfectly just historically justified. Like he just flip-flops.
Yeah. Well, exactly. And the word teenager, like you brought that up. It makes sense in English, where we have the notion of teen, which, it derives
18,
from the word
19, yeah.
Because, you're an adult and you're a teenager at the same time in English when you're 19 years old and 18, technically, right? Mm. So, the notion of being a teen, when you speak a language that doesn't have that teen that starts at 13 and goes to 19, it's a meaningless term. You cannot translate the word teenager into Turkish, Arabic, and, other than many other languages, because it doesn't make sense. It literally means from 13 to 19 in English.
Yeah. And then this gives rise to further questions. So, for example, in Korea, the age limit is higher. Yeah, the age limit is like 21. In the UK, it's 16. Are they justified at looking at, say, someone who's 20 who's married a 19-year-old, or someone who's 22 who's married a 20-year-old, and saying, oh, he's an XYZ, look at him, how dare he's doing this to a quote-unquote a child, because this person is under what they consider the legal category? And then you go to the US, where even with the consent of the parent, it's considerably a lot lower.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, my state, it's 16.
It can get lower than that with parent consent.
My state is 16. Unless you have parent permission, it goes lower than that. The age of consent is 16. Marriage you can have done if you're emancipation and things like that. If that, there are things that you can do in the United States. 16 is kind of like the average. For it gets
Now-
lower.
And it's important to note here as well that this isn't an argument, this bit here that we're mentioning, the fact that there are other ages elsewhere. It's not an argument to say that it's just that it is moral. It's an argument that says, how are you justifying saying it's immoral? Because this is the claim. They're making the claim. They're saying this is wrong. And then we ask, okay, why? Because we don't do this now. It's like, well, they do over there. So why, what is it about your particular environment and your particular laws and your particular locality that make it, in terms of meta ethics, like valid and like a valid and sound argument against Islam and the truth of it? Because you can point to this, you appeal to a very controversial subject, and we know it's a controversial subject. Like the second it gets brought up, everyone gets anxious. Why? Because so most people, when they bring this up, they're not expecting you to go through a conversation. And if you do start to talk about it and you start to bring up any points that are interesting as to like, well, you know, what's going on here, you want to make a claim. So how do we justify that claim? They get angry because they don't want you to give any, they don't want to think about it. They're just, they're fueled from their gut to just like hate you all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And like you can even understand to a certain degree because of the controversy of the subject matter, and because you can share that intuition having been from the same place. Go on, so you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to throw something else out. You know, it's when the Ottoman Empire was doing its reform and trying to become more European during the Tanzimat period, I guess Reformation or something like that. That period, they came up with a school, essentially a middle school, high school thingy. And you know what they called it? Rushdiye. That was the name for the middle and high school thing. So you know Arabic well enough that Rushdiye comes from the word Rashid, which is the word that would mean you are now a major in what we would talk about today. So somebody who's an adult, right? And he's Rashid. So it's just interesting that they called the middle school, like what age is that is that equivalent with? It just shows, and this was in like 1830s, 1840s, like that time period. Like that was the general thing. And this was a reform that was trying to make Turkey or the Ottoman Empire more European. So that also does kind of show the base mentality of Europe and also the Ottomans at that time. Adulthood, Rushdiye, was at middle school age, young adult. And I saw that the Andalusian Project, he actually made a mention of that. Adolescent is it's also a fairly recent term. When you were a young adult, you were Rashid, but you were young. And that's reflected in the language that was used for the schools there.
MashaAllah, look who's joining us here. AP's best friend. You sound really quiet.
Oh.
One second.
Is it better? Is it better now?
Oh, mashallah, that's much better.
How you guys doing?
Yeah, alhamdulillah, how are you?
I'm sorry for interrupting you guys.
No, it's okay. I'm going to invite Abdullah as well.
Allah Barak Fikum. Please carry on.
Yeah, so he's mentioned, I'm going to send him an invite link so he can jump on as well, but he mentioned a very important point as well. I'm sending it to the wrong Andalusi. I'm sending it to Abdullah rather than Asadullah.
By the way, about this specific point, about the points that you guys are speaking about, I don't know if you guys are aware, but Apos says that he's got no issues with the Prophet, peace be upon him, being married to Aisha at his time.
Okay, has he changed his mind? Because this is an older video, isn't it?
Well, I guess I don't know if you want to pull up the clip.
We can do.
Yep. So let me just type it here. Give me a sec. We're all learning, Akhi.
We are. We're on this journey together. But I just wanted to make mention of the point that Brother Asadullah mentioned. That like even within our education system, so like in year 6, they started giving me sex education, and they started teaching us in year 7 how to put condoms on, how to use contraception. They were teaching the girls in our classes how to take the pill, and they were giving them bananas to put condoms on. By the way, year 6, you're about 9, 10. Going into year 7 with the banana condom thing, you're about 10, 11. And they're teaching you this, and they're teaching you it's okay to have sex, it's okay to do this, it's okay to do that. So like we were being taught how to engage in these things because they knew that that's what people were getting up to. Some people weren't, but there were people that were starting off very early. I had friends that lost virginity really early on in life, like it was like crazily young.
Yeah, same with me. Primary school.
Yeah, and the many of the, obviously it's not necessarily a large population of them, but there were girls that were losing virginity very early on in school as well, and they were sort of facilitating this and showing them how to do it within the education system. So it's like,
yeah, you said 6th grade. I'm going earlier when it was taught in my school. I mean, I said with me myself, it wasn't me personally. Friends who would brag about it, you know.
yeah.
Before.
By the way, it's not necessarily the 1 for 1. So I don't think your 6th grade is necessarily the same as our year 6.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. That's true. In England, it is different.
We've got a gang with us today. The lads are out.
يا هلا يا أبو عثمان.
Assalamu alaikum. Oh, I'm on the stream already, mashallah.
Yeah.
How is everyone?
Alhamdulillah. We're doing good.
As well,
I was thinking, like, should I join or shouldn't I? And then I saw Farid joining.
Before you jump on, now the gang's out.
You came on to ruin it for me somehow. I feel like
I'm hearing my own voice.
You've got YouTube playing in the back.
YouTube.
Ah, okay. Yeah,
Yusuf,
no, it's better.
He's
Alhamdulillah.
shouting as well. He's like,
Yeah, because I was hearing like echoes after echoes. I was getting confused. So Alhamdulillah. No, it's okay.
Yusuf, do check out the private chat, bro.
okay, I'll pull it up.
And jump to like minute number 10.
Let me get past the other. Is Asadullah with us? Or is this thing not working?
Yeah, I said that up. He's trying to get his camera to work.
All right, there you go.
I like your setup, yeah, Arfan.
Jazakallah khair.
So what?
There's much more happening now.
I know.
Inshallah.
Mashallah. He's
Inshallah,
making news.
I just wanted to speak with Yusuf the days, maybe do a stream with him in the
Yeah,
coming days.
inshallah, we're going to do that soon. So we'll make mention of that now, actually. So,
Inshallah.
Brother Irfan is finally set grounds in Germany, of all places.
Alhamdulillah.
Because that's what's being mentioned at the moment. And yeah, and so inshallah, he's got plans. He's going to start doing dawah in German, which should be very cool. So we're going to.
But yeah, I'm not going to leave my English channel. I will continue English as well, but like set more focus on the German scene as well.
Yeah. So I think maybe you'll do something a lot more relaxed with your English.
Yeah,
channel,
inshallah.
Where you do just like a random live stream or something.
Like what we're doing right now.
Yeah. Something you don't need to do much preparation for. But that's the lie. Is he gone? I think he's having problems with his cameras, brothers and sisters. If you can't sort that out, brother, you're welcome to put comments in the comments section, and I can pull them up maybe. But yeah, so I've got the video. What timestamp?
10 minutes in.
MashaAllah.
MashaAllah.
Got it working. How you doing, bro?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
Finally reunited.
How come we don't get all the cool lighting?
I feel so bad not having books behind me.
Just get one. Just get one book and just place it behind you somewhere. And then
I'll put the Hanafi fiqh with evidences behind me.
I was saying that brother Farid's not got any books behind him either. Where are your books, bro? You've got all them bloody shells. And brother Asadullah's invested in all that fancy lighting, and he jumps on the stream and doesn't use it.
What do you want me to do?
We demand fancy. No, I'm joking. I was gonna make you.
Give me a minute.
No, I'm only joking. You don't need to worry.
Trying to keep it casual, bro.
What timestamp am I going to?
10 minutes. Wait, how long is this clip? How long is this video?
An hour and 53 minutes.
Oh, my bad, Lala. It's wrong link. It's wrong link. My bad.
Oh, that's not good enough.
Sorry about that.
That is not good enough.
Okay. Bro, you see, here's the thing. We have too many people on here. And now Apos is going to be like, look, they need 5 people to refute me. They couldn't do it on their own.
I couldn't care less what he says.
I want to speak Turkish with him one time just to see how just to test that fluency level. If he really,
I think he's got a channel in Turkish.
Does he? Okay,
I think so.
haven't put the opportunity to check that out.
You put something into the back again. What's going on, Fareed?
Give me a sec, man. Give me a sec.
Shall I continue playing the original one?
Oh yeah, sure. Go ahead.
While you find that one, inshallah. What's it like when I do that? Oh, look at that. That's cool, isn't it? And it blocks off his chin. We'll do it that way.
How apostate stay silent, how they don't tell anything anyone, for a good reason, because apostasy in Islam is considered the absolute sin. If you are an apostate, you are lower than everything, and you deserve death. Hadith say that apostates should be killed. People who leave the religion should be killed. What made me think again? Like, if this is the right religion, this is the peaceful, right religion that God gives us, that God wants us to believe, us flawed people. Why would He order other people who are also flawed to kill us because we lost faith? And I ask myself, can I really do that? Do I really have the courage to do this?
So, one thing, he doesn't have to do anything. Like, he's not.
He's making it sound like he has to go out there and kill like people.
I know. It's like in the US, for example, the country he lives, they have the death penalty, and people are killed. And it doesn't mean just because you live in the US that you also have to be capable of going and performing the death penalty onto someone. And so this is sort of indicative of this idea or this notion that he's got in his head that this is some sort of vigilante way of dealing a punishment. Like that you are just supposed to, as an absolutely anybody, just go out there and then just being like, Allahu Akbar here and then over there and so on and so forth. It's not at all. There's a legal procedure. There has to be evidences given. There has to be witnesses. The person has an opportunity to change their mind. They're given a period of several days. I can't remember. Is it 3 days? I don't know. Maybe one of you know.
Yep.
They're given a period of 3 days where they can talk to someone and ask questions and think about what they're going through. Now, keep in mind, that if someone is an apostate, right, and they really don't believe in God, what's the easiest way for them to escape that?
Say you believe in God.
And what then? No one can say anything. No one knows. Like they can say they do and then go away and then continue life as normal.
Yep.
There's nothing guaranteed about it. It's not just someone said something, that person's an apostate, grab him, bring him over, let's deal with him, and then like the guy doesn't even get a chance to explain himself or change his mind or anything. There's nothing in concrete. The person doesn't believe in God, so they don't even believe they're going to get a punishment for lying about it. And then they don't even have to, they can continue to live in the country and just go about their business and live their life. And you can't spy on them. You can't like peek through the windows at night to check they're praying. Like you can't do any of that. Why? Because all of that's forbidden. You can't gossip. Even if someone tells you that they've apostated, like what can you do with that? Because then you go and you say, oh, this person said it. And then he says, no, I didn't. He's lying. What do you do then? How do you move forward from that? If you've got no evidence, the person who's brought the accusation forward looks like a liar, looks like someone who's spreading mischief, and then it falls on them. So, like, even if you hear someone say it, there's like a huge motivation just to not say anything, because it's unless you've got your evidences, unless you've got explicit declaration, and the person is open about it. No, and the whole point of this, and so he's going on about it because this is also a thing that other people have brought forward. It's like, well, truth prevails in the end. Well, if you don't believe Islam is true, but yet you see Islam spreading, you think as a non-Muslim that Islam is silly, yet you still see people embracing it. Even within your own worldview, people are not led by reason and rationality alone. People go everywhere. And we have the same understanding that not everyone is led by reason and logic. And people can become Muslim because of irrational reasons, and people can leave Islam because of irrational reasons too. And this, like, there's nothing about a person that says that if they're exposed to truth that they'll accept it. How do you know that? Because of the varying opinions all around the world. We've got examples of things like Nazi Germany, the place where he lived, where Irfan currently lives at the moment, where people in mass accept.
I'm not living in Nazi Germany.
In Germany. You're not living in Nazi Germany, but you are living in Germany. Forgive me. Jazakallah khair for the correction. But the point is that many people just fell in line with this. So is it true that people, if exposed to the truth, will just accept it? No, it isn't. So what's the point of this? The point of it is it's supposed to offer some sort of barrier from these things that drag people around, that are led by their gut, by their heart on a shoestring. Someone says something and everyone goes into an uproar. You see these speeches of Hitler talking when he's giving his speeches. Everyone's screaming, everyone's roaring, everyone's very passionate about it. Why? Because the human being isn't necessarily someone who's just led by logic and reason. That rhetoric, this is all over the modern political scene. The US is a great example of political divide. You've got this huge division, and it's increasing over the past few decades, where the right and the left used to have a lot of political overlap. Right now, they don't. Right now, there's a chasm between right and left wing, or between what do you call them? That's the light. Is it Democrats and Republicans?
Democrats and Republicans. Yeah. The thing is, too, before you go on, just want to clarify that when they say liberal, for some reason we have this strange, in the Muslim world especially, people think liberal just means Democrat, and it's like, no. There's liberals, there's progressive liberals, and then there's conservative liberals. Conservative liberals are Republicans. That's why. So.
Yeah, and just I remember when I was growing up, I actually was at the Democratic Party, which is the liberal party of America, so to speak. They were as left as the Canadian. They were as left as the Canadian Conservative Party. So it's like, even if you want to consider them, they're the liberals of America. It's like, well, there's just so much. It doesn't mean anything. Like, I don't like the words conservative. Because, like you said,
it's funny because there's a lot of Muslims online who think that like the Conservative Party of the United States aligns with Islamic values. And I'm like, no, bro.
No. Like, they're liberals in the sense of what a liberal is. They just differ on what the definition of harm is. That's where it all comes down to, And so they're no less liberal than any other secularist.
Yeah,
just their definition of harm.
It's a different method.
Yeah, their definition of harm sometimes overlaps with what we consider to be revealed, revelation. Revealed revelation. There's a good adjective for that one.
So yeah, what were we talking about? So this is about apostate prophet thing. Yeah, I just came up here because people invited me. This is like, so if he starts going bragging about this stuff, I'm like, yeah, Apis, you got a lot of subscribers online, but in real life you have 0.
I just came because I saw Jake was getting off, and like, I said I can join in since no one else is around, and so Jake said, well, yeah, Zach's Turkish, so he can.
And now there's a whole gang of us here.
I'm special. I'm
special. I think Yusuf was feeling lonely, and he just put a link up in the group, and me and Arfan were like, "What's this?"
Yeah.
Yeah, there was about 1 million messages on that group chat as well. I'm like, I can't follow. And voice notes, bro. Why are you sending voice notes when I'm live?
My bad, bro.
I can't listen to them.
So yeah, actually, I was actually trying to get you to see that video, which I linked you through in the private chat. And then I had no idea that you were doing this. And I wish that you watched the video before doing this. But I guess now we can all watch it together because what he says in the clip is quite interesting.
What's the timestamp?
10 minutes.
Jake says, as soon as I left, everyone comes on. Are they trying to send me a message? Sorry, bro. No, it was because there wasn't a link out before you left, and then you left, and it motivated me to invite people. What timestamp? 10 minutes?
10 minutes, yep.
Exactly. Bang on.
It's a bit in there, yeah. So this is about him. It's about him speaking about morality, which is very important because it feels like most of his content is about that, right?
Yeah, well, this is whenever I've had a conversation with him on Twitter, and I'm a bit gutted that his old account got blocked, because I had a lot of conversations with him about morality on there, and it feels to me like he's changed his position since then, but he's acting like he hasn't. And I get sick of talking to him, because he doesn't speak clearly. It's like you say, well, you've given these certain propositions here, which suggests that you sound somewhat like an error theorist. Like you're saying that good and evil is false. You're saying that,
But
like,
you know the one comment he once responded to you or someone else, where he said, like, there is no objectivity and morality, so there are no rules. So I think more that that's what he's doing. Like, he's not seeing any rules to what he has to say, and if he can contradict himself or not, he just doesn't care, and he just says what works out for him better.
Yeah, exactly.
Particular situation.
I get that
and let me tell you Apis' methodology is very simple. If he gets caught out by a Muslim, then he changes his position. That's his motivation. He doesn't want to be wrong. If a Muslim proves him wrong, he can't. That his inferiority complex takes over, and he goes, "Okay, that's not what I said." I've never seen him once admit to a Muslim that he was wrong, or that he was an actual criticism was there. I mean, Farid, you've done like what? How many 100 videos or something?
50.
And not even one point he can't even acknowledge.
I can't recall. However, he was very open with Armin, and like flip flopped on incest in like 10 seconds, and acknowledged being wrong, about that. But he never did that with a Muslim, unfortunately.
Yeah, that shows academic, dishonesty there, because I mean, look, even the most ridiculous critics that we have. I mean, I've seen you even apologize for something that you've done wrong, that you made a mistake on. And I think even Yusuf and myself, we've apologized. Whenever we make an error and it's pointed out, okay, we go, fine. It doesn't matter how stupid the person is. If it's wrong, it's wrong.
I made a mistake in this stream. I thought that Bart Ehrman was a believing Christian, but apparently he's not. So it happens. It's one of them.
I'm trying to find the comment of Apis, because it just summers his methodology, I think.
I've got it here.
Okay. You can just show. I think that's in just one sentence. How he thinks.
Bro, he's gonna be so happy just watching this. I can't believe 5 guys came together, to critique my deconversion.
This is better than me going to 5 guys.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, because so here he's conceding that he's said that right and wrong are meaningless.
Yeah, read the first one and then the second one. Subhanallah.
So, and you get, and yet your whole channel is a mixture of moral judgments about Islam.
He says, so because right and wrong are meaningless does not equate to no rules. Okay, well let's assume that that's correct, but then the rules would still be meaningless.
Yeah, they wouldn't be associated with good or evil.
Yeah, so
what it falls down on is like some sort of Thrasymachus morality, that right is basically whoever can might is right. Because if it's not, because he in the conversation with Mohammed Hijab, we're doing this now anyway. You were trying to get me to do the whole morality thing, and I said I got no time, and now it looks like we're doing it. But so in the discussion he had with Mohammed Hijab, Mohammed Hijab was asking him a question about, well, do you believe in objective or subjective morals? Now, the context of the discussion was meta-ethics. And what he was referring to, he used the word objective, subjective, but what was being discussed is moral realism or moral non-realism. Basically, is it objective in the sense that is there a standard by which everyone can be judged by, regardless of opinions, or is morality rooted in the subject, rooted in people? Now, even as a moral nihilist, if you're an anthropologist and you're looking at the world, you see there's moral systems. You see people use the words good and evil. Now, as a moral nihilist, how do you explain that? You would say, well, these are just their subjective opinions. By pointing that out, you're not saying anything about meta-ethics. You're not saying that, because this is their subjective opinion, that means that's what is the foundation of good and evil. No, there's no inconsistency in pointing out the subjective nature of moral systems in the world while being a moral nihilist. Because this is on two different levels. This is on the level of anthropology, where you're like, well, there are moral systems. Where else did they come from? Oh, people are just making them up. It comes from them. They're putting it out. But that doesn't mean, because moral subjectivism is the claim. It's a claim about metaethics. That what is good is a personal thing. That is what good is. That's there is something called good, and that this is personal for each person. If one man comes along and he says it's okay to slap your cow on a Friday morning, and he thinks it's good to do so, then insofar as he thinks it's a good deed, then he can go and slap his cows all day long. Someone down the road says, I know it's a weird example, but it gets the point.
Are you getting this? Like what? So
it's random. Someone down the road might really not like people slapping cows. They might work for PETA. They're avid animal rights activists, and they're like, no slapping cows, no slapping cows. Yeah, and for them, within moral subjectivity, they would be justified in that because what they consider wrong is rooted in them, and that's the sort of the meta-ethical claim. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't describe moral systems as being subjective as a moral nihilist. And he doesn't seem to get that. Because in his discussion with Mohammed Hijab, he gets into this and he's like, there's... what should have happened is there should have been a discussion about the separation of, say, normative ethics or ethical systems like utilitarianism, error theory, moral subjectivism, moral objectivism, which there are many, and then metaethics, which is broken into two categories, which is moral realism and moral non-realism. And then the other things all sort of fall into one of the two categories. Some of them are not so clear. Like there's arguments about whether moral relativity, for example, falls into moral realism or moral non-realism. There is a discussion about that. And some people, you might hear that and just jump to the conclusion that it's just moral non-realism. But there's a good case to say that it isn't. But there is a discussion. I'm not saying one's right either way, but within the philosophical community, there is a discussion about this. It's not clear cut. Nothing ever is in philosophy. They're always discussing everything to the ends. And he doesn't, he talks about these things like he barely has a rudimentary understanding of them. And it's frustrating because you're trying to talk to him about ethics, about morals. Like, what is it you believe? The majority of your critiques against Islam are moral critiques. Tell me what your standards are. What he does is he goes, just because I say this, it doesn't mean that I'm a moral nihilist. I could be this. I'm not bothered about what you could be. Tell me what you bloody are.
He doesn't know because he doesn't even know basic terms. He doesn't know. He doesn't understand basic terms. Again, he's trying to cover for an inferiority complex in ignorance, right? He has to present himself a certain way. Apis' position is very clear. Whatever the anti-Muslim one is, and whatever that is, I'll make up a term.
I think we
all
agree to that.
And then that's what it is. I don't follow either of those positions because if I do, then I have to admit I'm wrong to you. That's basically his position in a nutshell. That's it. That's literally it. I mean, he.
But that's the impression I get. That's the impression because he really doesn't want to concede to being a moral nihilist because he just made a video. He just made a video saying that he wasn't one. So he can't now go, I am, because he just looks stupid.
If moral nihilism was something that we accepted, he would reject. If we like basically anything that we accept or that we find that's wrong with his ideas and we point out contradictions and stuff, he will move in the other direction. That is the whole point. That's what I'm trying to say. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's just moving away from us. He's trying to get around the criticisms because he doesn't know how to deal with them. That's what a moron does. Someone suffering from Dunning-Kruger effect. If you had the Dunning-Kruger effect definition, recent dictionary, his picture should be right there next to it.
And his picture should be at the peak at the beginning. Like his picture is at the pinnacle of that.
And that's why I think the right way to deal with Apis, and I think it's the way the brothers are dealing with them as well, is just taking it with humor and just pointing out the inconsistencies and don't take it very serious like we are doing right now.
But this is the thing as well. So one of the most it's funny because whenever I get comments from people that are his subscribers, they it's very rare that you just get someone who's like, oh, by the way, hey, I'm an AP fan, and this was a reasonable thing. Blah blah blah. It's always like, just cancer. And like I haven't watched. I'm gonna watch the video he's done on me because I haven't watched it yet. But I went through the comments just to see what's going on here, and it's just cancer, like from beginning to end, like constant cancer. And then you might have a little sprinkle of someone who's like half genuine in the comment section, but for the most part, he's just like bringing people about that are similar to him on his wavelength at the beginning of this video that we've been watching. That just it's aggravating.
I mean, it's no different than Trump fans.
Yeah, and I don't know if y'all know, but like the Turkish population that moved to America, Germany is a very different issue. But like the Turkish population that moved to America, first they tended to be the most secular, the most anti-Islamic, because they were the only people who had money in Turkey to do anything. So you have a very weird English-speaking Turkish population that's not so representative of even Turkey itself. So it's an interesting very subculture of Turks that you have in the West.
Yusuf, play the clip, bro.
Salam alaikum, by the way, Smoking Tire.
Walaikum salam. Don't want to interrupt the flow. Go ahead.
We want to see you, man.
I know, it's mashallah. Oh, look at that beautiful face. The Noor.
No. Bismillah. Continue, my brothers.
By the way, Smoking Tire has a little gaming YouTube channel as well, so go check. Is it just called Smoking Tire?
Yes. And also other content. So.
If you're here, inshallah. Which one is it? Morals don't come from God.
Yeah, is it? I don't know, man.
This one.
It's the one that you just had it. You just had it up. Yep, that's it.
This one. Why can't I hear it? That's because
it's muted.
Lady for fun, which is why we will condemn this and reject this and judge it wherever we are, and we would never normalize that. Since we are societies and we keep these morals, which we then give to each other as rules, as authoritative commands, it is quite normal that certain morals like these are universal. In all of this, where is God? If our despair, the hell...
What did he say?
He basically made a circular argument.
That and to torture an old lady for fun. And we have similar human experiences. It is then quite normal that we find it detestable, wrong, absurd to torture an old lady for fun, which is why we will condemn this and reject this and judge it wherever we are. And we would never normalize that. Since we are societies and we keep...
So there was an Inuit tribe that used to ship old people off onto icebergs.
Yeah.
That was the thing. You're old? Here's an iceberg.
Farewell. Here's a spirit that protects you from those raging wolves.
If it was for fun, they'd be watching them.
Yeah, I mean, even we don't have to go back that far anyway. I mean, social Darwinists were very much about killing off the elderly and the sick and the Nazis. I mean, that was perfectly acceptable in Nazi Germany. So I mean,
normalized,
very normalized.
The place that he said was a great place, where everyone's really good, and talking very grand overall terms, like the Western people very welcoming to minorities and blah 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 blah. It's like you've got a huge blind spot where problematic Western history stands.
It's like he just completely forgot about World War II and the era during that time and prior. Like, the world that we have today, a lot of people take it, for granted, but all of the etiquettes and the rules and regulations and laws that we have are post World War II. Like, if you knew what happened during World War II, you wouldn't talk like this. Like, do you have any clue? Not even just the Nazis, but the Western societies too were horrible in the way they treated people and civilians. Like carpet bombing whole cities, nuking whole cities. I mean, did you not? Torture was normal. Burning people alive was normal. I mean, what are you talking about? Like,
I've purposely put the video quality.
Sorry, it's funny. It's a little tidbit because when Turkey formed as a republic, it actually took that specific, that between World War I and World War II European norm and institutionalized it. And it's still like, you know, when you get like MAGA hats, make America great again, it's like, well, that just seems like the normal, you know, the opposition, well, it's the main party of Turkey, not the one in power, that's their platform. And they did everything that you said. They carpet bombed a whole city in Turkey. They committed massacres in the town that I live, you know, back in 1930. So this is the established secularist Western paradigm that they wanted to impose on Turkey. And you can see that, and you can even see it still today. Like, you might not know this, but like, it's still technically illegal to not walk outside with a European style hat. So that's like, it's on the rule books, but it's not enforced. But like, that's the mentality that they put into Turkey. And
even if you look at, say, like certain, so in the US, within the military, they have certain terminology which is very descriptive of their mentality when it comes to going to war. Like when they talk about people who were the victims of drone strikes, they call them bug splats. Bug splats. And, you know, there's people that have been completely innocent bystanders, women, children, the elderly, that have been the victims of this and then referred to as bug splats. So you can't talk in this like grand way. Like, you know, often it's as if you think the West was bloody paradise. Like they don't have any problems. Like they don't discriminate. Like they don't do things wrong.
Yeah, a lot of these they have this like fantasy in their mind that Western civilization was formed by everyone just like getting together in coffee shops and having discussions.
Rah, with the curly mustaches and the monocles.
Let's form a democracy.
Let's do this. Let's enlighten the world.
La Bastille. What is it? So, that's just. Well, here you can even look at it today. You said bugs, but what do they call it? They use the word, this target has been neutralized. They dehumanize the other side to such a degree. They're now not somebody who's killed or died. I'd rather see a newspaper article that says so many XYZ were killed than so many XYZ were neutralized.
Yeah, the language you're right. Even how one more rant. How the politicians argue about the disadvantages of the war in Iraq and Afghanistan in general, right? What is the first thing they go to? They talk about the millions of Iraqis and Afghanis who've died. No, they go, oh, it's too expensive. Or how many soldiers have we lost? Those are the first main points that they bring up. Like, we shouldn't be over there because it's not good for America. Well, how about we shouldn't be over there because we slaughtered millions of innocent people? Like, why is that not the first point to bring up?
Without achieving our aims.
Yeah,
we were lied to. We were lied to.
Yeah, that's a big thing. It's like we were lied to. And everyone's like, "Oh, I feel bad. You know, that's why we shouldn't be in the war." It's like they don't even think about it.
Yeah, and so like that whole techno babble, it's just disgusting to see. You know, it's like, come on, just at least consider them humans that you killed. I feel so much better about. I'd hate it too, but at least you have considered them an equal with you in your humanity.
Yeah. So I've lowered the quality of the video to 144p.
You've improved his image. Don't worry.
Keep these morals, which we then give to each other as rules, as authoritative commands. It is quite normal that certain morals like these are universal. In all of this, where is God? If our despair, the help that we ask for, the good or bad response we get from a stranger, our reaction to their response, and what we learn from this is purely functional and logical, natural, existential, then where is God in this? God is not in the value of help and harm, nor in the obligation.
So when was this? 2021. Okay, so this wasn't that long ago. So he does. So he is a moral objectivist?
Let it play, bro. Let it play for a minute or two.
Because he's saying there are objective morals.
Give him a chance. Give him a chance.
Or responsibility to help and not to hurt each other. God is nowhere in this. I want to address one thing here, which I know David will bring up. When we point out that humans make their own morals and that they... Sorry.
What's underneath his desk? What's going on, John?
So, just want to an example of what we were just talking about too is in the chat by Sunny Sleep, and I just want to read this comment. Sunny Sleep, today is not your day. Should not have harbored terrorists. And talking about Afghanistan, the Taliban were warned. So this is in response to us talking about how the millions of people.
The death of children.
Yeah. So they're saying that basically it was justified because the Taliban were warned. That's basically their justification. This is the typical, I'm being frank, typical American mentality.
It's similar comments about the atomic bombs on Hiroshima or
yeah.
Oh well, that's funny you mentioned that, because that's something that was all over the social media recently.
Yeah.
Well, that was justified.
You know why it got my attention? Like again is Sheikh Abdullah Al-Ujairi. I listen to a lot of lectures of him and read his books, and he is like tackling liberalism and atheism in the Arabic scene, but he translated the book. It's a book of a Western. I have the book here. Yeah, who was the author called? John Hersey, and it's about Hiroshima. And when they ask him why he would translate a book about Hiroshima, it's just because because of the point we are talking about right now. Because like people are thinking the West is like is bringing the peace to the world, and he, with translating this book, he was like, I want to show the people how this peace, in quotations, came to the world. And subhanAllah, he mentions in the beginning of the book that it wasn't even necessary to nuke Hiroshima because they already agreed to a peace treaty. They just had some conditions, but the West wanted them to submit without conditions. And that's why they got nuked, what wasn't necessary, and other things.
Well, I think the commonly accepted reason, I think now is, and everyone, I think most academics agree on this, is that the reason the nukes were ultimately dropped was to intimidate Russia.
Yeah,
that was it.
When I was going to school back in the U.S., when I was actually pretty anti-American in my high school years, being a white American, Anglo-Saxon atheist. But the thing was, what is it? We saved a lot more lives by bombing Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Yeah, you got that, didn't you? You were taught that too. That's what we're taught. But when somebody criticizes it, well, why did we do that? You killed a bunch of innocent people. Well, many more innocent people would have been killed had we not bombed them.
How if they already wanted to submit?
If you saw James White on Twitter.
Yeah, I just finished this. The conditions, like one of the conditions they wanted and the West didn't agree to, was like that their emperor will stay like untouched or something. But yeah.
I want to share something here as well. So the art of war, has many principles in it that if they were said by a Muslim, everyone goes crazy and they're like, oh no, how dare they say this? Now the art of war is something very, very popular in terms of cultural influence in the West. So if you look at the translator, Samuel Griffith, offers a chapter of Sun Tzu and Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong, and the art of war is cited as influence Mao's. So this is obviously its influence on China for one. And then during the Vietnam War, some Viet Cong officers extensively studied the art of war. And then here you have the U.S. military. So the Department of the Army in the United States, through its Commander General Staff College, lists the art of war as one example of a book that may be kept at a military unit's library. The Art of War is listed on the Marine Corps Professional Reading Program, formerly known as the Commandant's Reading List. Commandant's Reading List. It is recommended reading for all United States military intelligence personnel. The Art of War is used as instructional material in the U.S. Military Academy, and is also recommended reading for officer cadets in the. So, some notability military leaders have stated the following about the Sun Tzu Art of War. I always kept a copy of The Art of War on my desk. General Douglas MacArthur, 5-star general and supreme commander of the Allied forces. I've read The Art of War by Sun Tzu. He continues to influence both soldiers and politicians. General Colin Powell, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. According to some authors, the strategy of deception. Deception. From the art of war was studied and widely used by the KGB, and I will force the enemy to take our strength for weakness and our weakness for strength, and thus will turn our strength into weakness. The book is widely accepted by KGB officers in charge of disinformation. So, this is all coming from the art of war. The art of war is not the art of peace. It's not the art of, and we never claim to be pacifist. We're not these hippie Buddhist monks. There is a concept of war in Islam, and there's whole rules of engagement in that. And newsflash, one of the biggest rules in Islam is not to kill non-combatants, not to attack innocent women, children, even priests or monks that live in monasteries, the elderly, the sick. Yeah. You can't attack any of these people. You can't kill them. And then you compare them to many of the examples that people bring forth as sort of quote unquote Islamic extremism, where you have people attacking innocent people, attacking women, attacking children. The most recent one that happened in Liverpool happens to be a convert to Christianity, but even then, everyone's projecting Islam onto it and saying, "Oh, he went to the hospital, the women's hospital,
asylum."
Yeah, he went. Yeah. So it's always about taqiyya this, taqiyya that, even though this is a Shia concept and not something propagated by Sunni Muslims. And the guy, he went to a woman's hospital with a bomb, and people are trying to say this is somehow Islamic, and it isn't at all. Suicide is not permissible. Attacking non-combatants, especially women, children, is not permissible. There's you could list all of these things that are non-permissible. Someone stole war booty. Freed, can you remember the reference? The person that went to steal war booty during a war and died, and people thought he was a martyr. And the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
I remember it was a coat or something.
Yeah, he stole something from the booty, and then he was denied martyrdom as a result of that because he did the wrong intentions. But I would go further than that, Yusuf. And I say this sometimes it's controversial. It's not just about Islam. Is not just we're not pacifists. Muslims are just pacifists. No, we are a warrior culture. We are a warrior religion. And let me clarify what that means, because a lot of people he admitted it. He's and it's like, no, it's the same way with the samurai or the Jedi, who are popularized in
the Vikings.
The Vikings. No, we have a warrior culture. We have a warrior code of conduct, and not just in terms of military conflict, but also in terms of our nafs and how we deal with our own spirituality. We consider that a war.
Now, notice as well how things like the samurai culture, how things like Viking culture, etc., are sort of, what's the word I'm looking for here?
Romanticized.
Yeah,
romanticized.
Constantly. All over the place. Even you've got the TV shows like the Viking, which is literally just about them going about. People love that.
Yeah.
Nowhere did you see criticisms about Viking culture, they were this, that, and the other. People loved Ragnar Lothbrok. They loved him as a character. They love the samurai movies.
Yeah.
They love anime.
Like I said, Star Wars. Everyone loves the Jedi. The new Dune movie, the Fremen. They're exactly like the Muslims. They love them. That's what they love. But then when they start talking about Muslims, suddenly we become exceptionalized. It's like, oh, astaghfirullah. No, they don't say that. Obviously, they say, oh, that's horrible that you guys believe in war and fighting. And it's like, yeah, bro. When the war actually comes, you're gonna want us on the front lines.
But the whole liberal institution was put in through war. I mean, that's the thing that has gone completely, under the radar in the modern psyche, I guess, is that, French Revolution and then the aftermath and whatever went, after that. It's just been liberalism and the essentially what is government, the monopoly on violence. That's just who has the right to kill somebody. The liberals. And I'm meaning this in the sense that we used earlier in the discussion. Those who espouse a liberalist paradigm, they have the right to use violence however they want, and they do, and they're not questioned about it. And when the West does something that anybody else in the world would do, the West is impeccable, and the other people, even Muslims included, but South America and throughout Asia and Africa, even if they're not Muslim, they can't get away with it because they're not doing it necessarily from a liberalist paradigm.
Yeah, and Brother Faisal, Jazakallah khair for the super chat. He mentioned a really good point. So that even within, like, for example, the UK, we have the poppy, the red poppy that's put everywhere, and the notion of the soldier is always romanticized as well, and they're seen as these sort of really noble beings, and they're constantly talked about it in a very similar way. This romanticized notion, and it's not like they haven't done wrong. It's not like they've not been guilty of certain crimes. There's even within the army itself. So you've got the introduction now, obviously, this trying to increase the number of women in the army. And with this push, there's increasing amounts of cases of sexual harassment and rape and things like that within the armed forces. Obviously, it's not to say everyone in the army is doing these things, but they're occurring significantly enough for it to be a problem and for them to have to try to figure out ways of resolving these issues. So, I don't know what to say. It's one rule for thou and a different. What's that saying? One rule for me and another for thou, or something.
It's just it's a double standard.
Yeah, double standard.
One word for thou would be grammatically incorrect.
You with your grammatical corrections.
Who cares about Old English?
Carry on.
It's not Old English. It's still modern.
Yeah,
Still modern English.
Carry on with the clip, bro.
Okay,
King James Bible.
We have more to cover.
Oh crap!
We still haven't gone to the juicy part, by the way.
Well, wait.
I don't want to think juicy and apis in the same sentence, please. Can you stop doing that?
More fun for thee.
There we go.
They point out that humans make their own morals and that they make these morals for functional reasons. Many people then draw the false conclusion that we do accept or must accept the bad morals which certain societies establish or which majorities establish.
Wait a second. No, that's not what we're saying.
I want to address one thing here, which I know David will bring up. When we point out that humans make their own morals and that they... When we point out that humans make their own morals and that they make these morals for functional reasons, many people then draw
I think that clip, I think that part with that weird sound, I think that's when his water broke. Carry on.
Bad morals, which certain...
So he's saying
again
that many people... What's going on?
Nothing.
Let's... I'm going to try to focus now on the point that he just made. Right. So he just said many people make the conclusion that because... Who are these many people, firstly? Who are these many people?
The ones that I read.
I saw some Twitter comment once and he said something and it's like many people. And so it doesn't follow at all that because you point out that there seems to be something about the subject involved in these anthropological studies. You've gone out into the world, you've done some research, you've gathered your empirical evidence, and you've noticed that DMR is real. DMR is descriptive moral relativism. It's not a meta-ethical claim. It's just a descriptive claim of what you see when you go out into the world. You go out, you see, oh, in India, they have this moral system. Oh, in the UK, they have this moral system. Oh, in South America, they have this one, and then blah, 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 blah. Everywhere you go, there seems to be different moral systems. This is called descriptive moral relativism. Now, it doesn't follow from that, and I don't think many people are saying this, that then because people have different moral systems and because of there seems to be some sort of link between humans making their own moral systems, then you have to accept everyone else's. Even in MMR, meta-ethical moral relativism, they don't hold that. Meta-ethical moral relativism says that what is good is decided by the culture. This gives rise to some problems later on, but it's not that, oh, if you're in the UK and you think X is good and Y is bad, that then you have to think that over there, although they completely disagree with you, you have to think theirs is okay as well. It doesn't follow necessarily from moral relativism at all. What it means is if you're in that society, if you're in the UK, for example, and you think marriage beyond one person is wrong, you are justified in thinking that. So it is good for you in your society. That is good. And that doesn't mean that you have to then say that over there where they have marries, that person can marry 4 people and it's considered perfectly fine. It doesn't mean that the person in the UK then has to say that's moral as well, or that it's okay. That's not what moral relativism states at all. No, the person is justified in saying that it's wrong because his culture says that it's wrong. Now, that obviously causes a tension where you have overlap. So what do you do if you're saying moral relativism is true, then how do you, like, say when you have
how do you value one over another?
Yeah, how do you and then how do you deal with the conflict that might arise?
He explains it, bro. Carry on.
Does he? Okay.
I was going to answer. I was going to say, you just kill the other one.
Well, that's generally what happens, is that it tends to end in a conflict.
Societies establish, or which majorities establish, such as the Nazis and the Holocaust. But that is a wrong thought. It completely misses the point. When I am arguing that humans make their own morals for functional, useful, utilitarian reasons.
So he is arguing that humans make their own morals. So he is saying here, technically, that there is a subjective element to so what is he, man? Like,
carry on, bro. Carry on. Give him a chance. Give him a chance. But you're not letting Apus speak for himself yet. Give him a chance, Yusuf.
So let me just summarize though so far.
I think what he means, like he says, like when people do morals on utilitarian principles or something, I think he thinks that there are objective principles. If you use them to make your morals, then they're gonna turn out to be the morals. But what he misses is that these principles as well are subjective. They differ from person to person.
But you got to remember at the beginning.
He expands on it slightly later on. Please do carry on.
I'm gonna. I just need to summarize. At the beginning, he said that there are objective moral principles, like, for example, what did he say? Beating up an old woman. It's
he kind of explains that. Not that specific example, but he does explain something. I would recommend carrying on. He has his own terminology. In a weird way, but yeah.
So people are saying now he's a moral subjectivist. No one knows. He seems to be in this sort of superposition, like Schrodinger's cat. So it's not necessarily problematic if he can outline the relations between the principles that he's making reference to, because you can be, in some sense, you can say there are certain principles, for example, that are objective. Like, for example, slapping up an old woman. You could say that you think that is an objective moral value and that everyone cross-culturally holds that and should hold it, so on and so forth, yeah?
But we already know the answer. He's not able to do these things. He's just saying stuff.
I know, but this is the point, isn't it? It's like, it's fine to say that. But then the answer is the answer should have been well, in some degree, I'm a moral objectivist with certain principles. I would say, yes, these morals are objective. In other regards, I'd say they're subjective because there's a lot of differences between them. And you can take like some sort of like middle ground between several systems and explain why you take that position or why you think these ones deserve the objective category, for example, and these ones are worthy of subjective category. And that's fine. But then you're not saying morality isn't objective. You're saying, no, there are moral objectives. So you are a moral objectivist in one sense. And then in another sense, certain things are subjective.
Okay, so this is what's going to happen, Yusuf. Now that you've said all this, he's going to make a video saying everything you just said. Say, I've said this all along. See, I mean, they just don't understand.
He's not said that.
I know, but he's going to repeat you. And he's going to be like, yeah, and then he's going to avoid criticism because that's his position, is to avoid criticism. That's it.
It works.
The strange thing is he doesn't care if he really didn't or said it in a previous video. Even if you have it as evidence, he's just gonna ignore it like it never existed.
Yeah.
The guy is a clown, man.
But this is why it's so frustrating having a conversation with him. Like, for
That's
me
why
now on,
said
I think
you
I'm
have
just
to
going to
take
keep
it.
it.
You
If
have
you want
to
to
take it
talk,
with humor. That's the
Well,
only
you
way.
don't have a conversation with him.
Yeah.
That's
no,
like,
just-
but
you
if there's
just
going to
laugh
be a,
about
if there's
him.
going to be an exchange between us, it's going to be I make a video and then he can do his video. And if I feel like answering it, if it's not too absurd or stupid,
yeah,
I'll maybe answer it, and we can have a back and forth that way. I'm fine with that because then I can just like
you can't have that. You can't have those conditions up. Too absurd. Can't respond to it if it's too. Yeah, what do you expect, Achi? But please carry on. Please carry on.
Okay,
You're missing out. You're missing out if you don't play the rest of the clip, because he gets into it.
Okay, because here now he's this is a claim about moral subjectivity.
I am making, but that is a wrong thought. It completely misses the point. When I am arguing that humans make their own morals for functional, useful, utilitarian reasons, I am merely observing and explaining that this is what people do. I'm not saying that people are always amazing and always right, and that they come up with the best rules. On the contrary, it is entirely possible that humans also have wrong ideas, that they delude themselves, and that they come up with very bad ideas, which eventually harm themselves, harm others, or harm their environments. Just because humans are intelligent enough to establish their own morals for their own sake, that does not mean that humans are not stupid enough sometimes to create very bad morals. How moral values and obligations come into existence is one question. How we judge them as right or wrong is a different question. Unfortunately, David also seems to assume that it would normally, without God, not be possible for me to judge the actions of Muhammad, for example, as right or wrong, and that I am able to judge Muhammad's actions as right or wrong because I am, without acknowledging it, appealing to a certain objective morality which all humans, regardless of time and space, have to abide by. That is wrong. Personally, I don't judge 7th century Arabia Muhammad for the child marriage or the slavery. Similarly, I don't judge Napoleon or Genghis Khan or Charlemagne or Alexander the Great.
I'm 100% sure. Genghis, yeah, he did. But I'm 100% sure that he has judged these things multiple times.
Yeah.
He doesn't care.
No, I'm not judging them. I'm describing them based on what I feel about them. But it's not judgment, because judgment is objective. And then you would criticize me. So I have to say, I don't, he'll come up with all these absurd excuses to get around it. He doesn't know what he's saying, though. He cannot follow a train of logical thought. Like, he just waffles and he tells people what they want to hear, or he makes up vague claims and assertions that he can wiggle out of later on. This is typical. This is, like I said, you are frustrated, and I used to be frustrated too until I just realized all of this stuff, and I just don't care anymore. But the point I'm trying to say is, like, I understand why you're frustrated, but I'm just saying, like, after all of this, man, like, there's no point. There really is no point dealing with this because he doesn't have a position.
No, but this is the thing. This is the thing, bro. Like, so there are young people, yeah, who get pulled by rhetoric. They get dragged along by rhetoric. They don't see the sophistry at play with certain tactics. And he does this. Like, he'll like in the debate, he'll make mention of something controversial in passing, or he'll just say something and then just imply that that's like the orthodox understanding. Like, for example, the sun setting in the muddy pool. And that's how the Quran should be understood, despite that not being the case at all. And like, people just get simple people, young people that are still developing, they just get pulled along by this nonsense. Yeah. And these are the kind of people that get into the Lighthouse Project, and I've got to talk to them. And
sometimes people, they get affected just by him, like bringing like confusing and complex stuff. It just sounds complex and that he's talking about something, but he's not talking about anything. They don't even understand what he's trying to say, but because it sounds like it's intellectual, they think like he's having a point or something.
There's a point. Look, I agree that at some point, utilizing him as an example to teach others is a good thing, right? But at the same time, I don't want to give him that much credit, not because I simply just don't want to, but because the reason that these kids are so attracted to people like Apis or Harris Sultan and stuff has more to do with
celebrity culture.
No, not just that. No, because again, we're putting the blame primarily on the individual, I think, here, whereas it's really a lack of education, it's a lack of understanding, lack of critical thinking among the masses itself. So, I mean, look,
I wouldn't say that would be a concession that it's on the individual. I would say celebrity culture is something that's sort of being instilled collectively. Yeah, so there's this idolization of YouTubers, of people with big followings. If that person's got 1 million, and if someone says if they respond to a comment, it's like, oh wow, the person responded to me, and they get this sense of awe by the fact that this person has a large following. And you can see this with crap, mate. Like the K-pop culture. What on earth is going on with that? Why is it that millions of people feed into this nonsense? And like idolize them and go absolutely mental if like a bit of sweat was to like hit them on the head.
Yeah, like there was this Saudi girl who ran away to join a K-pop group or something. I heard.
How did she fit in? Anyways, that's besides the point. The point, the thing is too, if like say we get rid of, let's say that Apis goes away one day, like he finally gets a job, right? And then like Harris Sultan, finally gets a job. And like they have to like do stuff outside of YouTube, and then they go away. The fact of the matter is, the people who follow them will find somebody else.
Yeah.
Because it's their mentality, it's the problem with their culture and their education that is drawing them to these people. It's the same thing with Trump. Again, I bring him up as an example. That guy's a moron. he can't put together a coherent sentence.
Yeah, but people still follow him. But this is the point, isn't it? It's like, so this is why Americans. I feel the need sometimes to have to make these kind of videos, because it's in the hope that someone who's being led by some of this nonsense might stumble upon it and be like, they watch it and they hear us sort of deconstruct whatever nonsense he's coming out with, and then they can get a bit of relief from it.
I guess, but at the same time, the fact that they're attracted to that nonsense to begin with is the problem.
Yeah. But this
I think Yusuf means like through this deconstruction, you can wake them up, like leaving this mentality, and
it happens. People do but for each channel, man, bless you, bro. The videos that you've done on there, and Asadullah, your older content with when you were doing the critiques and you had your little pet monkey, like those were brilliant, man. They were really good. And when you're watching them, like you go through the comments and you see people like are appreciative of the work that you've done there, because they're young. It's not to say that they're stupid. It's not that. It's that they're naive, they're ill-equipped, they don't know how to analyze these things and to come up with stuff. And they like this guy at the beginning of his life, man, the way he's going on, he's got this very black and white thinking, oversimplification. Everything's like one way or the other, my way or the highway. There's no like sort of nuance in his thought. And when you're young, you can fall into this mentality very easily.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I became an atheist from Christianity just because there were only Christians around me. So if I wasn't a Christian, by default, I became an atheist until
and then you lump everything else with Christianity. It's like, all religions are the same.
Look, I agree with the sentiment that these deconstructions are necessary to an extent, but I am saying that I feel like there is still a gap within our community where we're not providing positive, like for example, Yusuf and I think many of the other brothers here, like you have like lessons, like you teach critical thinking and stuff, right? But among many of the other popular da'is, this is not normative. Refutation tends to be the more popular avenue by which to explain Islam or to get rid of these bad ideas, but we're not supplementing that. I mean, like we're showing, okay, these guys are stupid. Okay, alhamdulillah, everyone gets proud
we give
of their
fish
identity.
rather than teach how to fish.
But then the moment somebody else comes along, like I said, you haven't resolved the issue I'm not trying to what's the word, lack appreciation for yourself or even my own work, but I am saying that we can't just keep doing that, right? We have to fill in this gap, because down the line, and we can keep refuting all day long, but eventually we're going to have to stop, and if this cycle just keeps going, we're not resolving anything. Right.
Yeah, I think
with every generation, or maybe not even generation, every so many years, another thing is going to come in that the modern culture is now against. That's just normative for both Muslims and the dominant culture. As I was listening to a discussion by somebody, like when water is eventually not going to be, so ubiquitous, they might actually attack Muslims for having to use real water to clean themselves before prayer. Now that's not a problem, but you can imagine, how backwards Islam is by using real water to clean themselves. So it's a simple example, but it's just going to keep growing and growing and growing with each subsequent year.
Yeah.
So
I think what Brother Asadullah is trying to say, like, instead of only keep refuting, we have to think about teaching the people new ways how they can on themselves filter out the nonsense from the truth.
Yeah, but I'd say it goes even deeper than that. We have to inculcate a whole new paradigm, because it's in the youth. I'm technically a teacher by training and whatnot. So, a lot of this is just what they learn very early on. They go with it. So like critical thinking, you can teach it, but to how many people can actually execute a pure logical critical thought. You can teach it to an extent, but you have to keep reinforcing it, and it requires a culture that is doing it. It's not just a one-on-one thing. And so that it's the what is it?
Yeah, that's it's like I had a conversation with my brother.
I gotta bounce. I'll catch you guys later.
Okay,
I'll keep watching that. Don't worry.
It was nice being with you.
Sorry for.
Take care, brother.
I apologize for going on the rambles.
I have to go soon. Sorry, go ahead.
Yusuf, watch it like fully, and then watch the other stuff I sent you.
Okay. Inshallah.
I have to leave here in a second as well. So, but I wanted to say as well, like, that's basically my point. And we have unfortunately, even among the Muslim youth that we have, it's like they don't want to watch long videos. They don't want to read articles. Like, that's a huge problem.
Yeah, TikTok mentality.
You want to talk about teaching them how to think critically. It's like, but they don't even want
as well.
Linked to Sabbath.
But this is I want to. I'm sorry, I'm going to interject.
It's fine.
That's how it's always been. I mean, we have this romanticized image of the past. It's just in the past, fewer people actually went to university. Fewer people actually went to higher levels of education. So I mean, people don't want to do that. TikTok. It's not a TikTok. What is it? Generation. It's just that now we're actually engaged with people who, they're on the same platform now, whereas they weren't before.
So TikTok mentality is feeding something that's already present. Basically,
I'm going to inject one more time, and that was fine back then because the common people didn't deal with these complex subjects, whereas today, because of the internet, they're constantly faced with. So we don't have that experience anymore. No offense to.
Oh yeah, I agree. So, that's why I said we need to inculcate a whole paradigm, a whole culture. It's not just
it takes into account the singularity that occurred with the access and
refuting, even teaching critical thinking. Like we can, you all do great jobs doing it, but unless there's a culture in which that is actually actively practiced, it doesn't mean much of anything. And that's something that's more important. There needs to be that collective jamaat in which this is executed.
Now, I just want to make a mention of this comment as well. So, a couple of comments. It said, stop giving him hours of streams to discuss what he said, because no matter what you said, his followers will just get that AP is important enough for the Muslims to obsess about what he says. So this is one thing. One that's sort of doing a similar thing to what he's doing, where you're just sort of clumping everyone up. And what you have is you've got his following will be in several categories. You've got the vocal active bits that you see expressed in the cancer, which is his comment sections. And you get the silent observers, which sits on the fence and doesn't comment, doesn't say anything, and they just watch. And then you've got people who are like Muslims who go on there and just to see what he's saying and like either hate on him or interact with him in one way or another as well. So they're not a monolith. There are people on the fence, and some people do lean one way or the other. And obviously, we're trying to engage with the people on the fence here.
Well, even then, it's like this comment's ridiculous for a number of reasons. Number one, the only reason that I objected about that is because the methodology, I think, is not what we need to fully implement in order to assist the Muslim community in regards to their doubts. Secondly, this comment's ridiculous, and the primary reason it's ridiculous is AP is important enough for the Muslims to assess about. Dude, this is our hobby. That's his job. Okay, big difference. All right. I'm not in here because I'm getting paid. I'm here because I have some free time. So He's commenting
not
about
just
us
that,
because that's where he gets his money, bro.
and
So-
when you don't respond to the comments, it's not because he's too important, blah 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 blah. It's because they're afraid of answering or blah 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 blah. So like you can't like with these you're upsetting people. Now there's another part of the comments that he says about what he says here and there, all Dawah channels mentioning AP as if he's some kind of real threat. Maybe stop making him important so he doesn't get attention that he desperately needs by using you guys. But the thing is, I'm a tiny channel. I got 10K. I'm not no next man with the silver plaque on the wall, man. Like he's got what, 250,000, more than 250,000 subscribers. He's putting content out there, and young people who are not equipped are dealing with this. I run the Lighthouse service for Sapiens Institute. My job is to give people mentoring and counseling that call up or use the service because they have doubts, because they have this, because they have that. And there's times where people stumble across his content and they're not equipped to be able to like go through it or think about what he said or why it's problematic. And it makes them panic. And then they just sit with this anxiety and they keep adding things. So rather than trying to find an answer to that question or equipping themselves with the tools to be able to deal with it, teaching themselves how to fish, what they do is they just keep consuming that content, one video after another, after another, after another, without ever really trying to answer the problems that are being presented to them. And then they just sit there with like this huge pile of unanswered questions and, you know, massive anxiety, massive like social angst. And they're like, I can't find any responses. I don't know what to do. And they're looking for it. So, you know, inshallah, when you're watching these videos that I'm doing, I'm hoping that you don't just like see it as a quote unquote a refutation video, but I'm trying to talk. I'm constantly making reference to like reasoning and like thinking about things and how to do that and go through that process. Mashallah, is your little one with you?
Sorry, I have to go. But yeah,
No problem.
last comment. Apparently, Apis made a comment in his community post. You triggered him, bro. You triggered him. You should read that publicly and deal with it.
It can go sit in his anxiety. I can't be bothered with him. But
it'll be fun. Go ahead.
If you read it out loud, he'll get even more anxious.
He'll be like,
I'm not even going to bother. I want to, because it's going to go on a huge tangent then. I want to finish this video.
I mean, look on the bright side. You know, at least you got him away from Googling himself for 5 seconds. You know, there you go. So, who's talking about me today? Let's find out.
Barakallahu feek. May Allah bless you and your family, bro.
It was very nice talking with you.
We'll see you again, inshallah. Wa alaikum salam.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
All right, we're going to try and get through this video now.
Should I just say something? The thing you mentioned about the youngsters, that's why I even made a video about this. That's why I always say like the importance of building the things we are holding to and our beliefs on a strong foundation. Just don't try to tackle every secondary issue on its own, but first ask yourself like the fundamental things you believe, like the existence of God, that Islam is the right religion. Do you have enough proof that you are convinced of these matters or not? If the answer is no, then you should start there first instead of tackling any secondary matters. And subhanAllah, what I think there is like, I explain it always with the law of non-contradiction, like two assumptions that oppose each other cannot be true on the same time. So if you start checking the things you're believing, like God's existence and the truth of Islam, for example, and learning them upon evidence, not just because you are born Muslim or something else, but you ask, you say, what are the like reasons I'm holding to this faith? Are there reasonable reasons, or is it just I don't know, something else? And then if you start learning these things until you have this strong foundation where you know, I'm 100% sure Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala exists, I am 100% sure Islam is the right religion, then the secondary matters are not going to affect you because the law of non-contradiction. How? Because when you hear someone bringing a doubt about Islam, like saying like this doubt, it's an argument like trying to disprove Islam, you already have proven to yourselves with evidence that Islam is the right religion. So you know that this doubt can't be true because two opposites cannot be true at the same time. and then you can still like go on and look an answer for this doubts. I don't say that you shouldn't like answer on every doubt. I think they should be done as well, but you're like more protected if you have like the strong foundation. Wallahu alam.
Yeah, I do want to jump on. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Just the problem is that when we're talking with such people who have those doubts, they would assume incorrectly that the secondary matters are primary matters. That's and they're not aware of that, and I think that's very common in the Muslim world, probably much more than it is among Muslims in the West, just because there is that focus on the what are the primary important issues, but because a lot of the culture does play a big part in what is important, so that's important. But how do we teach that to the masses?
Yeah,
especially
for example, sorry if I interrupted
you. No,
it's
fine.
Yeah, because you remember me of a point. You said, how are we going to teach that? And this is like what I heard like Sheikh Abdullah Jari saying. He says, we have to change the methodology of teaching the aqidah, the belief, to the students. And what he said is, most people today, they start like, when they teach like Tawheed, monotheism, they start teaching that Allah is the only worthy of worship. But Tawheed al-Rububiyyah, like that Allah is there, that Allah exists, and He is the sustainer, and He is the king over everything. That's being neglected in the studies. It's like it's being jumped over. It's like point one is Tawheed, like Rububiyyah, like first that you accept that there is a God. This point is almost not discussed in like a lot of Aqidah lectures. Yeah. So Abdullah Jari said, exactly. Maybe it was because in another time there weren't like these doubts widespread, and people had no problem with Tawheed al-Rububiyyah, that Allah is the creator and sustainer of everything. But in our time, without a doubt, it's different. Like especially through social media, people are getting affected through all things like doubts on similar things. So we need to start from zero again, and not Joe.
I agree with that. And a lot of the discussions I've had in Turkey, both in English and the halaqah that we've had in Turkey, both in English and Turkish, there's always that focus on rububiyyah as opposed to just uluhiyyah. I mean, of course, we're not going to neglect either one, but the actual emphasis in even saying what it is, and like this is an aspect. Like Allah is both ilah and He is Rabb. You have to understand both of those wings, so to speak, of it.
I've come back to get the stream back on track.
Yes.
Welcome.
We gotta hurry up. Come on. We gotta get this under 4 hours. Bismillah.
SubhanAllah, it's nearly 4 hours already.
How's the light? How's the lighting? I actually lit a gas lamp so that I could get some light on my face. Is it better?
MashaAllah, bro. Straight out of the...
Aren't you getting warm with the gas lighting?
Well, remember, I'm in eastern Turkey, just about 100 kilometers from the border of Iran. Your name is Apostasy, so
mashallah.
You're from Iran?
Yeah, yes, originally, but I grew up in Germany.
Oh, okay, so I'm from the cold part of Turkey.
Mashallah.
Bismillah, Yusuf.
Okay. Barakallah feek. Where is it?
These are people of their own times. I wouldn't even talk about Muhammad if he was not the main figure of Islam imposed on us in our time. When I judge Muhammad, I am judging him as the presented perfect example for all humankind, because that's what Islam implies, that it brings the perfect morals for all humankind, for all times, and that these perfect morals are found in Muhammad's behavior. Yet in our time, slavery and child marriage are unacceptable. The real question would then be, why do I judge slavery and child marriage as wrong? Is it because of some divine command which we find in nature? It's not. Child marriage was quite normal in the royal courts of Europe and Asia over the last 2,000 years. Slavery was considered normal in Muslim and Christian.
It's not just over the last 2,000 years. It's just historically, since records began. It's like before 2,000 years ago, they weren't.
Societies. And it wasn't Christianity or Islam that got rid of slavery. Take child marriage. Through our advanced understanding of anthropology, medicine, and modern psychology, we learn that child marriage is incredibly harmful to a child. It damages a child psychologically, physically. It restricts the ultimate happiness, the ultimate well-being of a child. And children are us. We were children. They are our children. We love them.
But then this again falls down on the whole definition of child. Like when you look historically, when people were getting into these marriages, they didn't, like, if you were, for example, someone who was a princess and you were married to a prince in Europe somewhere in the Middle Ages and you were young, it doesn't mean that you grew up necessarily as, you know, this sort of completely messed up individual. They were still functioning members of society. They were still able to like do things, to help run a country in some cases. Like it doesn't follow at all. Now, when you have this particular environment, and obviously when certain harms are caused upon them, then yes, you do get these consequences. But you look at Aisha radiallahu anhu, you don't see that at all. You see a very strong, independent woman. And they have this thing as well. It's like every hadith they read about Aisha radiallahu anhu, they think she's 6 years old in all of them. And it's like, no. She grew, like she became older. She, like, years passed, and eventually she was older than 6, many cases of the hadith. And she was, a very outspoken person. She grew up to be a very passionate woman, very capable, very strong.
Even after the death of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Yeah, even after the death.
The biggest teacher, mashallah.
Exactly. And there's a whole video of proofs for prophethood through the eyes of Aisha radiallahu anha on Farid's channel. Check that out. It's like a 30-odd minute video. It's brilliant. And it goes into this in detail, that like even through her eyes, that there are proofs for the prophethood of the Messenger of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Like it's not the case that she was this like broken, demoralized human being. He's framing it in this video here.
About this child marriage thing. I really, really liked what I think either I read it in the paper or in a stream of Brother Asadullah Ali, who was just left here. What he said, like, our bodies like adapt to certain conditions, and because back then the conditions were different, and I think that you mentioned this even before I joined the stream. I was listening something similar to that. It's like because the conditions were different not long ago, even if you go 200 years back in time or even less, there were like different conditions to what we are living in now, and that people were getting sooner like going over the age of childhood sooner than it's happening now. And subhanAllah, one thing that Asadullah mentioned, that I even mention when I speak with people who bring up this child marriage argument, it's not really a child marriage because she was a woman, but they say it is. I would say, like, and I heard that from Asadullah Ali, he said, like, okay, if you had a time machine and you would go back in the time, what would you do? Would you force people to marry at 18? You would like destroy humanity would die out because of this. Because people were like
from his own grounds, because you got to keep in mind he's making reference to utility in his own moral system there, and he's saying certain things they have utility to it. Now if you've got, for example, the Persian Empire or the people were like
living between 30 and 40 years, like they were, and imagine you tell them don't marry till you're 18, and then he is like, he marries, he's 18, he gets a child with 19, and when he is like 30 years old, he's always fearing death. His child is 10 years old, and if he dies, the 10-year-old boy has to grow up himself. And if you do this for a couple of generations, no human's gonna stay on Earth.
No humans. It's gonna your tribe, your community is gonna be wiped out, and the communities that didn't practice that, be that the Chinese.
Yeah, I mean, if you force it on humanity, like a couple hundred years ago, then you would eradicate humanity. So,
it's just like you can argue from utilitarian grounds historically. Now, obviously, you look at today, you've got the implementation of medicines and vaccines and this, that, and the other worldwide that increases the average age of people. People are not dying so young. You can say that maybe there are utilitarian grounds to sort of push it a little bit. Now, but this is different from saying that something is like explicitly, because this is another thing as well. Laws in Islam can be conditional. So pig, yeah, we say pig is haram, but the Quran makes it clear as well. If under certain conditions, it becomes halal for you. If you're starving, eat it.
Well, it's hard to even say. Do we even have laws in the sense of a canonized, codified thing? That appeared during the Ottoman times. So, what do you mean by laws? Even there's a lot of that leeway.
And you've got this. So Umar radiallahu anhu is another example where the penalty for theft, which is to chop off the hand of the thief, was relaxed during times of famine. So what happened when he relaxed that law because of the conditions that they were going through? He didn't say, "Oh, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was immoral because he used to practice this." No, he understood that changes in conditions change the output. Now, when it comes to, for example, the age of marriage, what they often do is they're looking at it through like this Western lens. So in the UK, for example, it's like 16 is the legal age. You go somewhere else and it's like 21 is the legal age. And they're just throwing this random number out that's quite arbitrary. It's like, why that number? And how does this take into consideration the differences?
It's actually interesting. We call it the age of majority in English, right? So it's when you are when you are older than the majority, when you take like the average number and things like that. So like that's what is that age of majority would technically change then if the general life expectancy were to
increase
or
decline. Yeah, if it goes up or down. Because say we hit that sort of transhumanism singularity and the average age is increased to 200, 300, 400, 500 years, our whole conception of what youth is going to be completely transformed as well, especially if we can prolong the youthful state. So, for example, it's not just a case that the people are living for old and they spend the last 400 years like 100-year-old look, like really, really old. Like, but if they can sort of slow down the aging process, then this idea of child or youth is going to be transformed. And if that was to happen, where they could slow down the process for whatever reason via technology, and they could increase the life expectancy of the average person, and the age of majority was to increase, let's say that they change it to 50. There's a really good book called Under Plum Lake, where they can be really, really old, but they have this youthful state for many, many years. And it's a really good book. It's a fantasy one. One my mum recommended reading. But you have this civilization of people that live under the ocean, that have really long lives and really long youth. So the question is like, when you look at that, let's say they then consider the age of majority to be the age of 50. Would they then be justified in looking back at today's age and then saying, oh, look at these people. Look at them. They were getting married at the age of 25 and 30. How barbaric. It doesn't make no sense.
Well, shallow-minded people do that. That's what they do. So, would they be justified? According to their own shallow reasoning, yeah, they would be. But this goes back to the same thing. What is their basis for making that judgment? And it's the same discussion that we've had thus far. There's no objective standard to say, well, based on this.
And as well, in Islamic law, it's not that you have to marry people at a certain age. You don't have to get married at X, Y, Z. Like, if you wait till you're 18, you're not doing anything haram.
And
like,
I think
fine.
another issue we should bring up with this is like, even the 18 line is problematic in some places and under certain circumstances, because with society like being as it is and the social media influence, you see like there are girls that are like they arrived at the 18 line, but if you see them and if you see how they behave, they behave like children. And
well, this is the thing as well. So within the Islamic law, they completely gloss over this, but there are circumstances where it would be impermissible to marry someone at the age of 16.
Yeah.
If they fall under certain categories. Why? Because the conditions are made to look at the person as an individual and who they have around them and the context that they sit in. Now, if a person isn't mature, if they haven't developed, if all of these things and the harm principle is taken into consideration as well. If it is deemed that this is going to cause harm to that person, then it's not permissible. And that person could be 16. So now you have the system which you're saying is justifying the marriage of a particular age group. And you completely miss that it's also going to make impermissible marrying someone at an older age. Why? Because it's more specific to the context rather than just taking this arbitrary random number as the sort of the pinnacle of a decision. Like, that as if that person 1 minute before midnight somehow becomes something completely new 1 minute after midnight. And it's not like that at all. And the Sharia isn't just this arbitrary number. It's not that when you turn the age of 9 that someone can consummate marriage with you. That's not the law. That isn't the law. The law is there's much more to it than that. And this is just glossed over and brushed past. It's aggravating. But
all right.
Let's continue. Yeah, mashallah, you're going to be captain on track.
Yeah, come on, captain. Yeah, at least 15. Get 15 minutes into the video. That's cool.
We take care of them. They give us hope. They make us happy. They depend on us. And these children become adults like you and me. It is then normal that if we find out that something is incredibly harmful to children, that we take certain measures in order to outlaw and reject these harmful things.
There's no evidence that any of this applies to Aisha radiallahu anha. There's no evidence at all that she was a damaged and psychologically impaired person. It's quite the opposite.
It is very clear. Morals are man-made. We make them for a reason. Morals are not facts independent from the human mind, as David Wood claims. Not even like numbers. You might want to argue.
He said there was some objective morals at the beginning of the video. So he's back.
That murder is wrong and that this is a fact. But it is not really a fact.
Murder is wrong. This
in order to outlaw and reject these harmful things. It is very clear. Morals are man-made. We make them for a reason. Morals are not facts independent from the human mind, as David Wood claims. Not even like numbers. You might want to argue that murder is wrong and that this is a fact, but it is not really a fact in the truest sense. It is only a fact because you want it to be a fact, because humans almost universally find it wrong. Not because wrong is a quality of murder in and of itself. It is because we don't like murder and its consequences. If we say the earth exists, that is a fact.
Yes, he's bro. So he's now linking it. So he's talking meta-ethics now, and he's rooting the notion of good in the subject, in feeling. This is emotivism. So is he a motivist now? That's what he's just expressed there is emotivism.
He's a bit of everything,
not even like numbers. You might want to argue.
He's expressed some form of moral objectivity at the beginning. He then moved to some form of subjectivism. He's made mention briefly to some sort of utilitarianism. He's also sort of referenced what was the other one? Error theory. He's a bit of like
nihilism.
He's got like a Heinz morality, like 77 varieties. Like I can't follow. What is it? I wish he could just
that murder is wrong and that this is a fact, but it is not really a fact in the truest sense. It is only a fact because you want it to be a fact, because humans almost universally find it wrong. Not because wrong is a quality of murder in and of itself. It is because we don't like murder and its consequences. If we say the earth exists, that is a fact. This is a mountain is a fact. We see the mountain, we give it a name, we point at it. The dog has legs is a fact. We see the legs and we call them legs. The dog has 4 legs is a fact. We make up numbers to describe the fact that the dog has so many legs, or so many depending on where you are in the world.
But how does that differ then from the moral claims? Because he's like, this is a mountain, that's a fact. So if I say this is a tree and I point at the mountain, that's not a fact. Why? Because there's some sort of consensus. So he's willing to say...
which is what language is. And I go ahead and finish that point, and then I'll jump in.
Well, it's just the case. It's like he's making it sound like he's making a complete shift here in terms of how language is used when it's describing things in the world and why... why saying that a physical object is a mountain because we've called it a mountain. Although there is an argument here to say, well, this is socially come to as well. Like, it's not a mountain in China.
It is. Exactly. Or even in his native language of Turkish, it's dağ. So, it's not a mountain. Say that to somebody in Turkey, say, what are you talking about? That's something else. So it is a compromise. That's all language is, just a compromise of meanings between people that change over time. The word murder itself has changed meaning over time. Kill, slay, thou shalt not kill.
The word bad in the council estate, we used to use it like it was good. If someone gave us some good food, if we went to a takeaway in England, on a council estate, and we got a nice pizza and we were enjoying the pizza and it was delicious. It was a tasty pizza. We said, this pizza is bad. You've
Yeah,
made a
it's in
bad
America.
pizza.
Well, I'll give you another one. The word silly used to mean pious. That's I'm going really far back now into English, but like silly used to mean pious in English, and now you know what it means. So it just means that compromise has changed over time, and it's just for such a long time. Nobody knows what even the original, and you could go back further. What I call the original might not even be the original meaning. So if it's all just a compromise, then he says murder is bad. Well, murder by definition is bad killing. That's if you really want to go down that same logic that he was going at. What is murder? Bad killing. It's not just killing. It's inherent in the that same compromise that you use to come up with what a mountain is.
And then it's a question of, well, what does the statement then, murder is wrong, is a fact, refer to exactly? What does it mean? Well, if saying murder is wrong is referencing this idea of killing someone without justification who's innocent, and that is descriptive in the same sense that this is a mountain, and that statement with a reference, something that's being referenced here. The case is the mountain. Here the case is that these people think that murder is wrong. That's a fact.
Yeah,
it is a fact that in the UK people think murder is wrong.
Well,
that's
it's
a fact.
It's the same linguistic compromise. I'll give you a good one. Thou shalt not kill. Kill. Here's the thing. Kill in the past had the meaning of what murder is today. We would use the word. We would have used, us native English speakers back then would have used the word slay to mean how we mean kill today. It's just like killing, slaying. But in the past, it had the meaning of murder. That's why it's actually thou shalt not kill. The kill there is actually an unjustified killing, what we would call murder today. That's why they retranslated the Ten Commandments into what we have, so that it's that compromise has changed in terms of meaning. So it's just convoluted. He's contradicting himself. He doesn't have a basic language.
Can you finish the video, Yusuf? You think without pausing?
Let's see.
Water is wet is a fact. We observe what happens when water touches a surface, and we call that fact. Killing in a life is a fact. The act of killing results in the death of somebody. Killing is wrong is not a fact. The wrongness of killing is not something that naturally exists independent from our mind, which we then merely need to learn and point at. The wrongness of killing is something that we humans decide and agree upon. It depends on us. If nobody judged killing as
so, this again is like making it say moral non-realism. It's something being considered wrong depends on us. How is this not related to being subjective in some sense?
Wrong, then killing would be nothing else but simply the ending of a life. We evaluate it and judge it as wrong due to its undesirable consequences. Consequences that we find undesirable because they threaten us. They prevent our...
So then how was it that he was able to say at the beginning that certain things can be considered objective? Like...
our peace, they increase our suffering, they make our societies unlivable. I mean, mostly we don't even say killing is wrong, we say murder is wrong, because we decide what kind of killing is justified and what kind of killing is wrong. What we call wrong here is merely an expression of our attitude, of our feelings about murder, not something that is independent, not a fact. If I ask David or the average religious person why murder is wrong, then they will either tell me that it is wrong because God says so, which would be a very absurd answer, or they will begin to explain to me...
But it's not really an absurd answer, because if God does exist, God is all-knowing and God is all-wise, then obviously like that statement in and of itself isn't justified independently necessarily, but you can add other premises to it and say, well, God said so. Oh, well, why do you believe what God says? Because I have good reasons to believe that God exists, and I have good reasons to believe that God is just, that God is wise,
that He is the source of all good.
Yeah, and so if these things are true, then He's a good place to go to try to get answers to these questions if He exists. So then you've got to get into the question, and obviously we're 4 hours into it. I'm not going to start this now, but you get into the whole apologetics about whether or not God exists, about whether or not God is one, about whether or not the Quran and Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam
But just to add something, like, you know what I said earlier about learning the fundamentals? If you learn the fundamentals, you can, like, even though if you may not know about how to refute these false moral concepts he's bringing, you can just argue with the basics you have. If you know how to argue for God's existence, you can just say, I base my morality on God. Why do you believe in God? Because of this and this and this and this.
But so it always ends up happening. It always ends up falling back on the discussion about whether or not God exists. And then if God does exist, then you can build on that. And it's why it's always...
That's another point, is showing the importance of learning the basics, the fundamentals.
And often as well, like, because sometimes, like he did in the discussion on tap, they'll insist on starting at a later step, but then they always end up taking you back to the beginning anyway. So like, even if you do show to them that you can be justified, for example, in believing that certain morality could come from God, then it's always like, well, how do you prove God's existence? It's like, well, that's why we wanted to start with this. And if, for example, they want to say, well, how do you prove the necessary existence is the God of Islam? Say if you even show that if there is a necessary existence, that the God of Islam could be a good candidate for that, then they're like, oh, well, you haven't even proved that there can be a necessary existence yet. And so then it's like, you've got to go back there anyway. It's like, well, can we not just go from step one and build from that, rather than going in this whole higgledy-piggledy route anyway? Because it's just waste time. But
well, it's like I recently watched your Aaron Ra debate, and it's like the brother said after Aaron Ra left the stream, they said like, if the atheist sense that you want to move to God through this necessary being, then they try to block it from the beginning. Like they try to disagree with it, and subhanAllah. But
it's like, no matter where you start, they'll complain that you didn't go to a different step first. So if you start from step one, which is to prove a necessary existence, they'll say, oh, but then they're just trying to say, but then they make this jump from that to the to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So no, we're not doing that. We're doing step one. What you're talking about is step three. We get there.
They're assuming what we do.
Yeah. First we do step one, then we do step two, then we do step three. And you can make these inferences from one to the other. But if you start at step one, they complain you just jumped to step three, even though you've not even stated step three as a conclusion yet. And if you start at step three, they complain you're not justifying step one and two. And so it's like, you can't win. Obviously, this isn't everyone, but it's very frustrating when they do levy these. But let's try to get to the end of this.
Why murder is wrong and why God forbids it. But their explanation to why murder is wrong will be completely about earthly things, about secular, societal, natural reasons, which make God completely obsolete. If murder is clearly wrong for logical, functional, natural reasons, then where exactly is God in this? If we find murder wrong because it is destructive, it harms our nature.
Because sometimes, in order to make rational decisions, you need all of the information. We are limited in knowledge. We don't have all the information. And so it makes sense that if you do have access to someone who does have the knowledge, to refer the decision to them. We do this all the time. If there is someone in our society who is considered an authority because he has the knowledge, he has the expertise, we always prefer, well, not always, in some cases, especially today, but the rational thing would be, if you're talking about medicine, you refer to the experts that have the knowledge with regards to medicine. Now, obviously, human beings are limited in terms of their knowledge. If you can show that a God exists and you can show that he's knowledgeable, that he's wise, that he's powerful, it makes sense to refer the decision to him. It's not about whether or not this is independent of him or not. Because even if you're talking about the reasons themselves could be the contents of his knowledge. And so you're not, even by making reference to the reasons, you're not necessarily referring to something outside of his essence. By saying that it's God, we say that God, a part of his essence is that he is knowledgeable, that he is wise, that he is just. And this is a part of his essence. These aren't things abstract, floating outside of him. He's one. He's not.
I think a lot of people have a problem with the fact that they can't grasp God's wisdom. So because they can't understand it, they're like, just go like on a rampage.
Or they make this assumption that because, like, if God has done something with reason, like he says in the Quran, don't think that I made you without reason. If God has done something for reason, that somehow that means that the reasons themselves necessarily exist outside of God, which is just strange, because now you're talking about, well, what do you mean? How does a reason exist outside of, he's making reference here to morality, which is funny because he's saying that morality can only be found as a product of the human mind. It's just us coming up with things. But then somehow when he starts talking about God, he's talking about the reasons and the justifications. These reasons and justifications are somehow outside of God, and what? They have some sort of mind-independent existence, that they are objective. And if these reasons are objective, then and that's not even the Islamic notion. We don't say that Allah, that we don't need Allah to come to these conclusions, and that this knowledge and this wisdom, all of it, as everything, is that he is the source of it. All these things come from him. So it's, you know, it gets a bit frustrating.
And that we can find this by simple reasoning. Then why would we argue that this is a command that comes from God? If murder is naturally wrong, which is why God forbids it, then does that mean that it is wrong?
Yeah, this is the typical Euthyphro dilemma.
Regardless of God, which would mean that morals are independent from God, outside of God, or even that God adopts morals. It is all absurd. The only way out is very simple. Murder is considered wrong because it clashes with the human will to live. It eliminates mutual trust. It is dysfunctional and destructive to societies, which is why every society universally.
Well, but this is the thing. It goes back to semantics again. It depends on what you mean by murder again. And it depends on what you mean by societies. Because the idea of
your definition of harm.
Yeah. And the will to live. Well, what if there isn't a will to live?
I mean, you know, there's just so many holes.
Yeah, there's so many problems with this.
Universally condemns it and bans it. It is purely functional. God is nowhere in this. There's so much more to say, such as, for example, the role that empathy and science play in morality, but I will leave that to the rebuttals. David's fault is that he assumes, as is so common, that I must account for some perfect morality, for independent, objective moral values and obligations that are out there, and that there must be something that we are accountable to, which is why we have moral obligations. This expectation clouds David's judgment. The idea that humans make their own reasons, that they don't have a supernatural force which they are responsible to, the idea that humans don't have a natural obligation to abide by certain moral commands, and that humans do come up with very bad ideas, with atrocities, with cruelties, is scary, even to David. It seems depressing and disturbing, and looks like it must be wrong at first, but simply appealing to God when there is no reason to invoke God, and placing God into that perceived gap will not solve the problem. It will only cover the problem up. I personally simply prefer to accept human nature as it is, to embrace our existence, to give up on fantasies and expectations of perfection, not to be scared of the fact that I can do whatever I want, and to recognize that I have enough good reasons to be good, that it's good to be what we call good, and that being bad is not a great idea and doesn't make for a good life. But that's just me. David will want to push me on that anyway. It'll be fun. Now it's time for David Wood to get back with his rebuttal. Not that there is much hope. Thanks everybody, and see you soon. David, I will be waiting for your response. Hurry up.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it right now.
Finally.
Yeah, so,
Did he just drink David Wood's tears?
yeah, I think he probably did. But
God.
to me, he's not even really clear what he
why don't we get a drink? Why don't we start drinking his tears of anxiety?
Yeah. That's I think David Wood as well was when he was having that debate, he had a cup that said Muslim tears on it as well.
Liberal tears.
Liberal. Was it liberal tears?
No, I don't know. That's another cup that people have.
But so we're nearly finished with that video. Right, I promise, Smoking, we're gonna watch all of it to the end.
So
I pause it.
Yeah, no clicking. If you click, you're going to be in trouble.
Okay.
No pausing, okay?
No pausing, okay.
Bismillah. Let's finish it. We can.
Everything stopped for a bit, and I just thought everything through, and I laid back, I laid down, and just looked up to the ceiling, and I thought to myself, you have seen everything, you have studied everything over the last years, you can do it again. But
the arrogant, sorry, bro. He said he studied everything. He said he studied everything over the past years.
From what I have seen so far, it just doesn't make sense, and if I'm wrong, then God forgive me. But I'm not a Muslim anymore. Then I was done with it. Until that moment, everything that made sense to me was Islam. Allah was with me all the time, and Allah was the reason why we are alive. Suddenly that was gone. I thought about it day and night. I was suddenly desperate, and I felt lonely. I felt useless. I felt like I have no purpose anymore. But I studied it day and night, and I found more and more reason why Islam is wrong. One day I came home from work, and I saw this show on TV where they were discussing about near-death experiences and about supernatural explanations and stuff like that. It had nothing to do with what I believed in, but it triggered something. I was so desperate, so devastated, and after watching that show, I felt even more depressed. I felt awful, and I felt like there was no purpose anymore. So I went to my room and moved to my window, and I lived in like the 6th floor. I was about to commit suicide. I almost did it, but something held me back, and I didn't do it. I thought, okay, here is the deal. Do something in life. Care about yourself from now on. Care about people from now on. Care about the world. Care about all the problems that we have. Focus more on yourself and on everything.
He's acting like this, like you can't do this as a Muslim.
Well, he's also asking. There's some massive altruism going out there. I don't see him as altruistic at all. I mean, are his videos? Do they exude altruism when you watch them? Do you get that? Do you get that I love humanity vibe from him when you watch anything?
No, not at all.
That's just a bunch of.
Its work is mostly, I don't even know.
Everything that is actually real and everything that you can see. And I started to follow atheist pages and stuff like that on Instagram and on social media. And I had an exchange of messages with one of those pages that I used to follow. We started to know each other more and more, and we started being more and more interested in each other. So
yeah, so now he's talking about his now he ends up getting married. So yeah, so to summarize, his reasons that he gave were that something bad and unfortunate happened to someone he cared for.
Emotional reason.
The cult leader person that he said, or the sex leader, there was a bit of gossip he heard about him that he may have done something bad, although it was never substantiated with any evidence. Or I don't even know who it was. Maybe he was guilty, maybe he wasn't. But what he's going off is basically, he heard a bit of gossip from some guy he doesn't know that he bumped into that mentioned it to him and didn't give him any evidence. Just said, "Source, dude, trust me, bro." He read something about wife beating in the Quran, and he assumes, I guess, that means you can just lay the smack down and start throwing choke slams and pile drivers left, right, and center. And didn't bother to Mortal Kombat, and it didn't bother to even check what the ulama have said about this, and with references to evidences such as the hadith that came from the wives of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Or I just want to bring this up. Or the fact that actually the Quran it has a limiting role on the amount of physical force that can be used by men, but there's no limiting role against the amount of force that women can use against men.
Yeah, so there's no equality in that sense. But
it's an interesting point. It's actually limiting. There's no limit put on women for that, and they can, if they hit you 1,000 times with a frying pan,
face.
Well, the most you can do is like, okay.
Yeah. So, but the point is that was another one of his reasons. Even though there's really easy answers to come to, provided by Quran and Sunnah. The other one was the sun setting into the muddy pool, which is very easily just understood as a phenomenological description done every day. We made reference to the idea of the sunset. Technically, the sun is
ridiculous.
Really it's a phenomenological description.
It has been so much covered in any language. If you search for it, like, you find the explanation right away. And I think a lot of people, they don't even need an explanation. If they just read the verse.
I didn't. I went over that several times. I first heard that from him.
I never had a problem.
And I was like, what? And then I looked over it. I was like, why would you jump to that as a necessary conclusion?
When I heard it the first time, like, this is being used in argument against Islam, like, I was like, subhanAllah, how can people think like that? Yeah.
Allahu Alam, bro. But yeah, and so those were like, what were the reasons? Were there slavery? But then, like, we've seen the video where he's like, you can't really make a criticism about slavery against them because it's just about what you feel.
He said throughout history, it's like historically justified why it existed.
He's used those very words. It's historically justified.
It's like, it's no.
So
would he have a problem visiting the pyramids built with slave labor? Probably not. Now, the things that he considered
moving to America. Moving to America, which is built on the back of slavery.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, so if you want to be fully consistent with your empathetic and altruistic, whatever you are, then you probably should be fully consistent. You can't praise the pyramids. You can't praise American society. You can't praise much of anything because it's all built on slavery.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that the justify. I'm saying he's just not consistent with where the logical conclusion of his stances should take him.
Oh, subhanAllah. So I did. I couldn't help it, and I did go away and check out what he said. And
I did as well.
Word for word, bro. Exactly what was.
Yeah.
There you go.
You made a couple of.
This is typical of Muslim apologists.
Yeah.
So they refuse to respond to me. No, this is the thing. We have responded to him. We have had conversations with him. I've tried to speak with him, and like I just get infuriated, and I can just feel myself just getting annoyed having a conversation with him. And like we've been civil with him in the past. He then accused us of dishonesty, and it's just. I don't see the point in having these talks. And the way he talks is like, the way we deal with him is sort of a good example of how we deal with non-Muslims. And it's not. There's like, I don't know how many examples of how many like good conversations we've had with people. They refuse to respond to me, reject one-on-one debate, and reject discussions. But then 6 of them come together just to talk about me. It's hilarious. What a muppet. Honestly, it's infuriating. Like, we've never spoke before. Like, we've never had chats. Like, we've never... Even with other non-Muslims. Like, there's not pure evidence out there of people having one-on-one debates Muslim versus non-Muslim.
How long was his discussion with Daniel Hakikachu?
His, I don't know. It was like 4 hours. Like
exactly.
He's had one-on-one discussions with Muslim apologists.
Yeah.
So
that's just a blatant lie.
Yeah.
Wait, I just got counted in that. So I even had like six people in this little community post. You see that? But
yeah. But yeah, let him.
You should thank him for the shout out.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I'm hoping, inshallah, that just
next time you have to hold a sign up with your gaming channel, so you get.
Oh yeah. Pondering games. Or
but you will get some toxic gamers. Better not, Akhi. They will join and ruin your game.
That's what gaming is, bro, isn't it? It's just toxicity. Just shouting at people. I don't know. There was this channel that I watched not long ago. This guy used to just do friendly fire and that.
Subhanallah.
I know. Subhanallah, just to wind his team. Yeah, it happens. The gaming community can be quite toxic anyway.
Yeah,
so
I heard something of that on Twitter
gaming
today. You mentioned it on Twitter. Yeah.
Yeah. It happens.
All right.
It happens.
Yusuf, do you want to finish the video? Just no pausing, right? Can we do it?
No, we're not watching the rest of that. It's just him talking about how he's getting married.
His love story.
Yeah, he's already apostated by this point, so he's run out of description.
And how he's going to dedicate his entire life to helping humanity.
I know. We'll see how that goes.
That's just
like collecting Patreon money.
Yeah,
not that video. The one you were watching originally.
The Farid ones. The one that Farid had sent. Maybe you mean. Wasn't that finished?
Well, there was two. There was the one on morality. We finished that one, and then we went back to that one, and then we got to the end, and then he started talking about how he ended up getting married. But it's a bit superfluous. But anyway, guys, we're gonna leave it there. 4.5 hour mark.
Yeah, I think we exceeded our daily dosage.
I know. We did that about 2.5 hours ago. But anyway, I just wanted to get to the end of it.
Well, alhamdulillah, it was nice being here with you, brothers.
Yeah, alhamdulillah, jazakallah khair to everyone who joined. It was an unexpected surprise with the gang. It was nice of you all to join us.
Yeah, good, exactly. I haven't met Smoking Tire before.
Nice to meet you, brother. Nice to meet you.
Smoking Tie is a frequent with us when we do our little worm battles and that. We have a game of worms. So if either of you brothers, I don't think Zakaria, you've played worms with us yet. So
no.
Did you ever play it?
No, I used to play Age of Empires 2 when I was a kid.
Okay. Worms is the one where you got the little worms and you're shooting each other. And
Would you be opening yourself to playing a match of worms with AP sometime?
That'd be horrible. That would completely ruin the game of worms. It's probably not.
Yeah.
I'll continue to play with the people I enjoy speaking to.
Irfan, what part of Iran is your family from?
They're from the capital, Tehran.
Tehran. Okay. I've been there.
Subhanallah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll leave it there for today, brothers and sisters. It's been a pleasure. Thank you to everyone who's joined and everyone who's been involved in the comments. And we'll see you again soon, inshallah. But other than that, we'll end this 4.5 hour stream. Barakallahu feek. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.